Sentry, hello. Yeah, I almost decided against streaming today just because, you know, I already uploaded. Didn't necessarily want to take anything away from that. But I figure anyone who joins, I can always direct them that way. Oh, right. Rohi, hello. Ah, yes, I can finally upgrade Tengu now. 2 levels away from max. Pretty close. Which is this gonna cost? Oh, crap! That's a lot. 300 blueprints, so it's gonna be like 3,500 A coins for the next level in just the blueprints, not the credits. This playoff event just for pay to wins. I mean, sure, but let's be honest, most things are for them, right? If they want it, then they can always get it from that, right? Just open up a bunch of these crates. Oh gee, you get 1 point from opening up a steel crate. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. So it looks like, hold on. I guess would they just buy a bunch of champion crates? Oh, they would. Because let's say you could spend a bunch of money and get some A coins and open a bunch of amateur crates, right? Or you could open a bunch of prodigy crates. Now, those are the same in terms of how much it gives you and how much they cost, because prodigy crate costs 3 times as much as an amateur one, and it gives you 3 times as many points, right? The champion one gives you slightly more than 3 times the prodigy crate, but it costs 3 times a prodigy crate. So yeah, they definitely just open a bunch of champion crates. I mean, the basic implant crates, well, you could also open advanced ones. Get 200 A coins. So then would you, hold on. Would you like go to the shop in this scenario? Would you go to the shop and just like keep buying A coins 200 at a time? Like just keep buying $5 worth of A coins? It would be such a waste, like, of money, you know what I'm saying? Because even though, like, one thing that I feel like people don't really realize, but I'm pretty sure someone in the giveaway video copied another person's weapon name. No, there has been nobody in my comments yet has said the same thing as somebody else in another comment. They probably, if they copied it from somebody else's giveaway video, then that's, it's not for me to judge or deal with. But yeah, to anybody who watching who maybe does not know, I uploaded a few hours ago my first official giveaway for the channel. It is 3 Long Arm 12 event tokens that's going to be coming, I think, day after tomorrow. Yes, I'm deciding the winner. I'm deciding the winner tomorrow, I believe. Let me check the schedule. Like, people had 24 hours to submit, right? Is what I said. So by 10 o'clock in the morning, my time, which is like 22, or no, 8 o'clock in the morning. What am I talking about? 8 o'clock in the morning. 8 o'clock in the morning, my time. So that's 21 hours from now. Then it's going to be over. Submissions are going to be closed. If your comment has a heart from me, then you're good. You're entered. You qualify. You don't need to worry about anything. If not, then I will comment and I will say, you know, please do this to fix it. Otherwise, you can't be in there. So yeah, that's the thing. But anyway, in terms of like the Acoin thing, yes, you could buy your way till you could just like keep buying $5 worth of Acoins, and waste like a ton of money. Whereas you could have just bought like $100 or something. If you're gonna like pay your way to the top, you'd end up probably, I don't know. But something that a lot of people don't really consider is that pay-to-win people do not have infinite money. Like you are not against this entity who has infinite spending money and is just infinitely spending and just like constantly buying anything and everything that they can. Stormy Weather, who has a Twitch and a YouTube, he is by all accounts, as far as anyone is aware, he is the sole person who has spent the most amount of money on a single account. He has everything maxed out except for like 1 or 2 items. He has Autocannon 2 maxed out. He's got literally everything maxed out basically. But he doesn't just spend anytime something comes out. Like he's smart with his money. He does not always just buy his way into every event. He doesn't just buy $100 worth of Acoins if he's running low on Acoins. He like waits for a deal to come out. He does this, that, and the other thing. That is because even though yes, he will spend copious amounts of money on the game because he likes the game, that does not mean that he has infinite money and that he is going to therefore spend his way to the top of everything. And that is what people don't really realize, is that people who spend a lot don't necessarily spend their way to the top of everything. You can, but that doesn't mean that they will. Ruffles, 2 identical weapon names in your giveaway video by 2 different people. I'll send you a screenshot. Okay. I mean, that might have been somebody more recent. I just checked my comments like 20 minutes ago, and there was no duplicates, so... There was a couple people saying Railgun 12, but I told them that they're going to need to come up with like a legitimate name. Gaming Zone, hello. Gaming Zone T3 and Mech Arena. Wow. Just rename yourself to Gaming Zone. Make it, make it simple. You are now the zone for gaming. All maxed? Yeah, right. He's got basically everything maxed. I think the only thing that he doesn't have maxed out right now is like Gauss Rifle 6 or something like that. Like there's 1 or 2 things that he does not have maxed out. Oh, okay, Sentry, I see what you're saying. I don't entirely mind, because I mean, let's be honest, there's only so many different names you can come up with, right? And they could have legitimately both just thought of the same thing. Because it's not like, yeah, it's slightly unique, but I don't consider it so unique that it's impossible for them to have just come up with it on their own. Stormy. Hi, Stormy. I was just talking about you. Negative Man. Hello. Welcome. What is your YouTube page name? I mean, you can visit Stormy's channel just by like clicking on his name, I think, right? In the chat. Stormy weather, Mech Arena. Benita, I'm not sending anybody friend requests because my list is full. I put up a poll recently and asking if people thought that I should just connect Facebook and do that. The majority of people think that I should, so it seems, and that is likely what I will do. I didn't really want to, but, you know, if the majority of people think that I should, then I'll probably do that. There is a little, you know, there's a little bit of complication in that regard, because I'll just get, like, constant squad invites if I do that. So if that happens, I'll have to mute basically everybody. And, you know, the only time I would play with friends is if I decide, hey, I've decided to make a squad, and I'll just invite who's online. And that does not happen very often, I'll be completely honest with you. So many negative fans here, including me. Yeah, me too. So what builds are you going to be testing? You know, off the top of my head, I'm not really sure. If anybody has any suggestions. I don't know what I want to test, you know, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Part of me thinks that, well, okay, actually, you know what? One thing I'm going to test. Hold on. Now that I have the Gauss Rifle 6, you know that I gotta try this. Can't help myself. At least can you show your viewer my account? I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean check your account. No, I'll probably do hangar reviews later today, though. If you want to wait a couple hours. What do you think of the Shotgun 8 nerf? It's not a nerf! It's not a nerf! I cannot express this enough. I know people are freaking out about it and going off the walls crazy because they think that it's a nerf and they insist that it's a nerf. But when I honestly ask you to think about when Mech Arena has nerfed anything, please tell me that it is anything other than the surge radius that the surge radius nerf that they just did, like last update or whatever. The radius nerf by like 3 meters. That is literally the only recorded nerf in the history of Mech Arena, as far as I'm aware. How about having me on your friends list? Oh, I will once I get Facebook. Or if I could find somebody to remove. I actually don't know your ID off the top of my head. Let me write it down. I'll send you an invite after I get Facebook and or, you know, after I check to see if anybody is able to be removed. Tournament King, I ain't showing that. Goodness. $4844 $809. Okay. Yeah, I'll, if you see an invite from me, then feel free to decline it. But yeah, anyway, the shotgun thing, that is a bug. Us content creators, we have a contact within Plarium, you know, somebody that we talk to, somebody who, you know, knows for the most part what's going on. He's not part of like the actual development team, so he doesn't know literally everything about what's going to happen and what is happening. But, you know, he's got a lot of info, and he did confirm that shotgun has a bug right now. It is not a nerf whatsoever. This happened before with like Guardian's ability, and you know, it went on for like a month or two. It was a long time, and everybody thought that it was a nerf, like a, you know, just a unspoken nerf, I guess you could say. I thought it was a nerf too. I was like, well, Guardian's like very, very powerful, so I wouldn't really put it past them to just kind of, you know, do something like that in an effort to sort of balance it out. Yeah, why not? Surge doesn't have very many great skins, I'll be honest. Yeah, couldn't you shoot through walls with the shotguns? You know, I'm not sure. I'm sure there was some like small bug that they attempted to fix that pertained to, you know, either shotgun spread or something, and then it just went wrong. A lot of it does happen like with implants, like the introduction of implants, even if you don't have the implant on it. Like the introduction of the ability implants for Guardian is actually what caused like the Guardian ability bug, is because when they were trying to pair it up, they had to change a few things on, you know, the mech itself to be able to like actually, you know, conform with the implant when it is active. But, you know, and a number of things can be messed up. Coding can be very complicated. I don't necessarily hold that against them. I'll go this way. But yeah. It's not a nerf, it's just a bug. Get out of my way. No. I didn't get either of those kills, I don't think. It's kind of unfortunate. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Never mind. New update, run to it? I don't know what you mean. Stasis time. I see you on the left there. Come on, I'm just trying to take care of these people. They're being mean, they're not letting my dudes capture. Alright, I'm gonna deal with this guy now. I see you. I see you. You know, need to get antsy with me. Alright, there we go. There we go. I love how much better stasis beams are with this pilot, dude. I really just wish I had a better stasis beam damage implant. I see you on the left. Let me just take care of this guy. Oh my gosh. Owie. Snipers. Like Stasis beam is fantastic, only if there are no enemy snipers around. Because if there are, you are not. You are not going to have full health for very long. Gonna take so much damage so quickly. Ah, there we go. Wheels 23. I actually just realized that that was a real player on their team. Not that he was necessarily like playing badly or anything, but I just didn't even notice because I was just over here beaming. As you do. He's gonna wait for this to count him to 100. Don't make us do that. Come on, man. All right, there we go. Zephyr bots with those long arms. I know. I mean, it's a little irritating, especially since like a long arm Zephyr is not actually a good build. But you know, you have to keep in mind that even though it's something that like can kill you quickly, doesn't necessarily make it a good build or OP or anything. I've heard a lot of people complaining about Cheetah, and recently, actually, somebody was saying in one of my posts or videos, I don't remember which, basically saying that, you know, they keep buffing things that don't need it, and you know, he used Cheetah as an example, and I was like, no, Cheetah definitely needed the buff because number one, it was garbage before, and it's still very, very hard to use it late game. But yeah, they die by Cheetahs a lot because of, you know, the Cheetah bots. But here's the thing is that, yes, it will kill you, but no, it is not. That doesn't make it a good mech. I die by those Arc Torrent MDs so often that it's not even funny. Like, those are the bane of my 5v5 existence. I'm not even kidding you. I mean, except probably Zephyr now, I suppose, because of the range implant. But before the Zephyrs all had, you know, 42-meter shock pulse range, the Arc Torrent MDs were the bane of my existence. And I mean, that doesn't make Arc Torrent MD just like, you know, a super powerful build or like the best build out there. MD is very, very hard to use late game. Arc Torrent MD is obviously, you know, a better way to use MD, sure. But like, the thing is that Cheetah mines and, you know, Arc Torrents on bots and stuff like that, with all of the pilots and implants and things that give them extra damage or whatever, they have just enough damage output to very quickly kill just about anything that you throw at them, be it like, you know, a tank attack or a light mech. They will very quickly do a lot of damage to you. And you know, pretty often kill you as well, right? But the thing is that after they kill you, they barely survive that. Like, if it's an MD, sure, they can try to heal up, but usually they die right afterwards. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange, which is, you know, a fair exchange. But what people kind of grow to believe is that, you know, while they play the game, they look at a bot and they think, you know, it's an inferior. Benita, don't be rude. Come on. They see it as like, you know, an inferior player, and they expect like a 2-for-1 trade-off, or they expect to kill multiple bots before they die. But like, that's not how fairness works. If it were a completely fair game and there was no pay to win, and the matchmaking was perfect, and bots didn't exist, you know, it was all players and everybody was having a great time, you would get an average of 1 kill per mech, because that is how fairness works. But people want it to be fair. When people say that they want it to be fair, what they mean is they want a lot of kills without dying, and they don't want it to be challenging. And that really irritates me, because they come to believe that fairness in this game means that they get lots of kills because they see other people getting lots of kills. And like, that's not necessarily how fairness works. And Cheetah and MD are still not good for late game. Does MDs have longer arc range than I do, which is ridiculous? Yeah, no, that's true, it's true. But, you know, range or not, they deal a lot of damage, and they deal it very, very quickly because, you know, Arc Torrent's a powerful weapon, and they have, like, very, very powerful pilots and implants especially. Like, they have very high level, like, legendary damage implants and stuff like that. And they use those to do a lot of their damage. But the thing is that, like, just because they deal a lot of damage to a single enemy, that is the point, the thing that you're paying attention to. What you're not paying attention to is the fact that they very often die right after that by some random bot. And yes, you do usually die by those things before, you know, they go on a killing spree and kill a bunch of bots, but that's just because the bots target you before they target other bots. That's just the way that they're programmed. So in short, no. Cheetah should not be nerfed at all. It should probably be buffed even more, to be completely honest, because it's very unusable late game. I should actually try it right now. I don't know what I'll... Oh my gosh, dude. That was maybe not the best idea for me. Oh my god. Okay, well, no, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Can you show your kill shot? Oh, I could. Oh, I could. Surge. Need to get better at Surge. It's very, very hard. Come on. Okay. This guy, yeah, that Arc Torrent MD, like, you see how much damage they do that quickly? He just, like, melted that Juggernaut. Okay. Pretty happy with that. You have to really time those cheetahs to make sure that you don't dash at them when they're spitting a mine, but like, you know, as long as you're smart, you can do it, you know? Like, you not paying attention to cheetah mines is kind of your fault and not theirs. Who is the best mech, Killshot or me? Oh. Well, probably Killshot. Unless you're a Panther. I believe Panther's better than Killshot overall. In a 1v1, a Killshot will probably win just because Killshot's kind of like the ultimate 1v1 mech. But in terms of like considering all different things, all different areas of usefulness, Panther is the most generally useful. Wasn't there a dude who was going either above or on top? Yeah, here we go. Oh, you got him? Okay. Thank you. It was a kill shot. I'm sure he's gonna win that fight. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Like, Killshot's the ultimate 1v1. It may not necessarily survive every encounter, but, you know, you can bet that 1 versus 1, it is probably going to win. They keep just, like, going back and forth like that. I don't know what he's doing. Come on. Come on. I can't get too close to this guy because he's just gonna freeze me. So I have to make sure that I'm staying at least 42 meters away, which is sort of hard to do, especially on like smaller maps like this, where like the width is not very, it's not very long, or not very wide, I should say. Stalker is best for arc? Not necessarily. I mean, Disc Launcher Stalker is the best Stalker build. I mean, for one thing, just because obviously Disc Launcher is a super meta weapon. And yeah, you could use the 16s on an attacker mech, but the amount of bot farming that you can do with, you know, guided weapons like that with huge AoE, you get a lot of kills, so you get a lot of your HP back. But also the Predator drive makes it so that, you know, you have 36 energy worth of damage coming out of your weapons when that's activated, as opposed to only 32. So, like, an already really powerful weapon becomes even more powerful. And even though, yes, that does also apply to Arc Torrent, it's not quite as meta, so so it's not necessarily the best Arc Torrent build out there. It is very, very good, though. But, you know, against a Disc Launcher Stalker, Disc Launcher Stalker's probably gonna win. I can confirm that arcs work best on Stalker. Yes, I would have to, you know, not necessarily disagree, but not necessarily agree. The best Stalker build is not Arc Torrent, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, Arc Torrent doesn't work best on Stalker. It very well could, but I actually don't. I don't think I could confidently say. I don't think I could confidently like label a mech as being the best mech for Arc Torrent. You know, like there are a lot of good ones. Ares, Juggernaut. I've seen a lot of people just like absolutely shred anything and everything with Arc Torrent Ares. But you know, it depends. It kind of depends on how you want to use it. It's got lots of different mechs have different play styles, and you know, a lot of them do allow you to get up close. He can, but he won't. Yeah, no, I'm not using Killshot. And okay, I will show you why I won't use Killshot. It's because I haven't upgraded it even once. And I don't upgrade it because I think it's unreasonably powerful. It's the same reason that I don't use Zephyr. It's the same reason that I don't use Panther. It's not because they're bad or because I don't like them personally as mechs. It's not because I don't like the way that they handle. I know that they're good, and I know that people want to convince me to use it because that's their favorite thing. And I'm sure I could have fun using them, but that's not the point. The point to me is that they are unbalanced, and I don't want to use mechs that are particularly unbalanced. As you can see from my hangar, the only actual top 5 meta mech that I have in my hangar right now is Guardian, and I am wasting it with stasis beams. So, as you could pretty clearly see, I do not use meta things. And, you know, I've been using Disc Launcher a lot less, too. Arc Torrent is definitely still a meta weapon, and, you know, will I ever get rid of it? Likely not anytime soon. But, yeah, like, if I'm using Disc Launcher, I'm probably just going to use it on something like Surge. The only reason I actually put Disc Launcher on Surge is because I have no idea what else I'd put on it. Like, I don't... Carbine would not work well on Surge. Does not synergize. Missile racks, I got my missile rack pilot on Tengu, so I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I mean, I'd use Arc Torrent 12 on Surge if it wasn't on my Juggernaut, but I've been loving it on my Juggernaut. So, to be honest, an Arc Ares is the only thing that God of Thunder fears. Exactly. Like I said, like there's a lot of just like stupidly good Arc Torrent builds out there, so I can't in good conscience label one as being the best one. But there are a ton of them. I mean, an Arc Torrent Guardian is fantastic. You even tried this recently, Sentry. It is hard to get up close to people. I'm sure you know, kind of noticed that not too far into it, but like it's kind of hard to get up close to people. But once you do, there is basically nothing that's going to stop you, except for another Guardian, or maybe a Zephyr with a range implant. Because, you know, Guardian is it is simply the counter to literally every other mech, without being itself anything stupidly ridiculous. It is top 5 meta, purely because, you know, its ability counters everything. But it's not top 5 meta because its ability itself is, like, you know, its own superpower or anything like that, like Killshot or Stalker or whatever. Yes, I will do hangar reviews later. How much of a buff should Surge get, in your opinion? I have told multiple people this. I don't believe that even if you were to give Surge tank HP, so like Juggernaut and Aegis HP, or even, you know, Ares or Brickhouse, I don't care. You could give it tank HP, and I still don't think that it could possibly be into the top 5 meta. And the reason is because its ability forces you to put yourself into a bad situation. Whereas Killshot, you can use your ability to, you know, you do get into a bad situation by using your ability. I mean, number one, your ability comes back faster as a Killshot, so you don't have to worry about wasting it quite so much. Number two, Killshot's ability does not have a duration, so you don't have to wait for that to count down and then your cooldown to count down. So technically it's got like half the cooldown in that regard if you're just using it for dash speed, you know, to like get out of the way of something or whatever. You technically have it back twice as fast. But also Killshot's ability does damage, and it does a stupid amount of damage too. Well, not only that, but it does damage in the same radius that Surge does. Surge freezes in a specific radius. Killshot just kills anything that's in that radius. That plus, if you hit somebody as a Killshot, or if you pass by somebody and they're within your radius, it'll just count that as hitting them. You'll hit them, you'll either kill them or do stupid amounts of damage. If you miss by a couple meters with a Surge, even if they're within your radius, you go a certain distance and then your ability thing happens. So unless you physically hit a wall or physically hit them dead on, you're going to miss unless you aim it and time it and get the perfect distance away. So not only is it just a lot harder to use Surge, but also it puts you into a situation where they are stuck for a few seconds, but they are still just as much a threat as they ever really were, because, you know, unless you kill them with your weapons, then they're just going to kill you afterwards, because there's not a lot you can do. And even with tank HP, without a decent ability or without any way of really getting away from any situation after you put yourself into a bad situation by dashing, if you don't kill everybody that you froze or kill everybody who's nearby, then you're just kind of screwed. Killshot has the advantage where it's like stupidly fast. I think it definitely has more HP than Surge does now, but it doesn't have like tank HP. But its ability comes back faster. Its ability does damage, so you spend less weapon ammo on each enemy that you hit. It's just a generally worse Killshot at this point. To the point where, like, you can't use it like you would a Killshot. You can't really use it like you would a Zephyr. I don't like Zephyrs now. I see most players camping with Zephyrs in TDM, sitting in one place, hiding behind walls. There are a lot of people who do that, and that's just because that works. It's unfortunate, yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with rocket mortars, though. Like, they'll just chill behind a wall. They won't move an inch, and they'll let their teammates or their bot teammates even, they'll let other players on their team spot you for them, so that they can then fire at you without even showing themselves. But that's just because it works, not because it's necessarily fun. It's just because that's what gets them kills, and that's what if it gets them kills, that's what people are gonna do. Arc Guardian was pretty powerful up close, yeah. I hit 50 subscribers, by the way. Not sure if I should do a video on it or not. Very, very nice. I think the last time I checked, you were at I don't know, but it wasn't 50. Congratulations. Everybody here who was not aware, Century, who is a channel moderator, he's been making YouTube videos recently, and they're very good. So you should go check them out. I think you can, if you're on a computer, you should be able to just visit his channel by clicking the little 3 dots next to hit any chat message that he sends. Just hit go to channel. If you're on mobile, I don't know how you can do that. I know there's been several cases where I could and several cases where I couldn't, so I don't really know what to do in that case. But then, you know, you could just look up the Century Mech Arena. You should probably be able to find him like that. Arc Shadow 10 and 6. I could. Do a video if it's big for you and you enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. Shadow Gamer, hello, by the way. Sorry, I've been skipping most of chat because there was a lot going on. You know, I will do Arc Torrent Shadow for the sake of it. And I will put on G-Lock just so that everybody knows that I'm not trying to make it out to be worse than it is. Videos are right. I recommend you watch Mayor instead, but hey, if he hasn't uploaded, you can watch my vids. You can watch both. So the thing about, I mean, obviously shotguns are bugged right now, so shotgun isn't like the best the best build for Shadow at the moment, but usually classic shotgun, where it actually has the correct spread, that is the best Shadow build that you can get, and that's because it allows you more flexibility in terms of like your playstyle. What I mean by that is that when you're turning around and you're like spinning like this, with Arc Torrent you have to have a very fine aim on your target in order to actually hit them, or at least a relatively fine aim. I don't necessarily say very, but like you see how I was missing some of those shots. And that happens if you don't like track the enemy pretty carefully, which means that you end up being very linear in relation to most of your opponents. And you can't, like, you know, you can't run around somebody, do a quick spin around, and then shoot them in the back with shotguns because of like the spread. You have to be a lot more careful with it. You have to be, and you know, the carefulness, just being able to actually hit your shots usually results in you just kind of moving around less, because it's less convenient for you to move around then, right? And even though you can move side to side, but that's basically the only movement. That's why I said linear. You're very linear in relation to other. Oh, come on. You know what? Screw you. Stasis speed. Love it. No, sir, you don't mortar me. I mortar you. I actually don't, because I don't use mortars. Now I realize that being spotted like this means that I'm going to get hit with mortars. I was really just hoping I could finish that guy off. Shadow Arc is a railgun player's nightmare. Oh, yeah. No, it's good because it has a lot of damage. Like, it deals a lot of damage. And the Arc Torrent, like, damage frame and, you know, general like ammo mechanics and such, the damage and ammo are very, very ideal, and they work very well with Shadow. What does not work is the targeting, right? Because it's a bit more fine. But yes, in that regard, that is really the only thing that hinders it. It doesn't necessarily make it bad for Shadow. You can very effectively use it still, but it's just not as ideal. You're not using Shadow to like its fullest extent. You can win the Ruffles. No, I really don't think I can. I mean, it's just a couple mortar spammers. By that I mean one, but whatever. I mean, at least he was using a Shadow, but I guess even in that regard, they were mostly relying on their Panthers and kill shots, as you do. Are you playing on PC? I am not. You know, I don't know why, but I just cannot stand PC controls. It could just be because I don't do it very often. You know, eventually. If for nothing else than just for streaming, I will get like a solid PC at some point. As of right now, I just use a laptop for, like, you know, checking chat and stuff. And by the way, anybody who has not been like at least sort of keeping up with my art channel on YouTube, I have been having so many problems trying to stream my drawings onto YouTube, and it has been an absolute nightmare. I'm not sure. Some of you could probably remember. I think when I first got 1,000, it's either 1,000 or 2,000. It was one of the two. When I hit one of those subscriber milestones on this channel, I actually used my iPad to stream because the tablet that I had at the time, or like the phone that I had at the time, whatever. Actually, no, I didn't use my phone for anything at that point. I was using my tablet. The tablet I had at the time was not stable for streaming, and it wasn't it wasn't a great experience. I have since got a different tablet that works significantly better. It's not super expensive, and, you know, I'm gonna have to get a new one at some point, but it works significantly better. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, you know, I did stream from my iPad before, and it was not an issue. It, you know, worked out pretty well. There was some audio problems, but, you know, that really just kept me from like actually playing games on it. It's also like a really big iPad, so it was hard for me to like actually play the game on it. So I was just doing like hangar reviews or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I was trying to stream recently. Over the past few weeks, I've been attempting to stream my drawings from my iPad. And, you know, drawing is the main reason that I got the iPad to begin with. It is, you know, I got like an Apple Pencil with it, and, you know, I did a lot of drawing. I haven't super recently, but yeah, I did a lot of drawing on it, and that's, you know, that's the reason that I got it. It's what I like to do on it. But I haven't been able to do it. I have no idea why. I can't explain it. it just simply refuses. Like, I used the same app that I used to stream to Mech Arena the first time, and it will not let me stream. And I have streamed at least 3 other times from my iPad to my art channel. So it's not even like I do understand that there is, like, the first time you stream, obviously, because I've done this before. The first time you stream, you have to get, like, verified or whatever. You have to wait like 24 hours before, up to 24 hours before you can actually start your first stream. And then after you do that, you can just kind of stream whenever. But it just wouldn't let me do it. It wouldn't let me do it from that streaming app. It wouldn't let me do it from other streaming apps. It wouldn't let me do it literally regardless of what I did. Hangar reviews now? No, not hangar reviews now. We're like, what time is it? We're only like 45 minutes in. Depending on what I decide I want to try. Maybe we'll do it in like an hour or so, but maybe sooner. Who knows? But anyway, what I was trying to say is, like, I have no idea what was the problem, and I still cannot stream to YouTube from my iPad by doing literally anything. I tried using like a specific app to cast my stream, or cast my screen from my iPad to my computer, and then using my computer to stream, and then, and it worked. It worked beautifully, and I gave that app so much praise, and then it literally stopped as soon as I started the stream. And I hated my life and everything. About everything. Everything sucks. But then, that was like a week or so ago. And I essentially just gave up after that, because literally nothing that I did worked. I have no idea why. But then, randomly, last night, I got the idea. My stream is lagging a lot, by the way. Internet connection lost. Y'all good? We good? We good? Hello? Oh, okay. Good talk. Alright. Randomly, last night, I got the idea of using Discord, because you can stream to Discord. So I got it set up. I created a new account for it to work, and I did a test stream, and it actually works. If I stream my iPad to Discord, and then on my computer I use Streamlabs OBS to, like, crop it in and make it look decent, I can then stream to YouTube from my computer while I stream my iPad to Discord. And it actually works. There is like a 30-second delay though. But since it's just like drawing, I don't really care, Like, it's not like there's anything super intense. I would never do that on Mech Arena, because that's a significant delay, and I don't really want that to happen. But something that's, like, not as intensive or anything. You can hear the pain in your laugh. Yeah, oh man. I was having so many problems. I spent at least 2 hours trying to get that screencasting app to work. The one that I was telling you about, like, from a week ago. I've tried a lot of different, just like, random streaming apps. But that screencasting app, I'm not even joking, I tried for like 2 hours to get that to work, and it did not work. Also, I would like to say that I don't really like the way that this is set up, to where, like, you get partials of the path. I mean, it makes more sense, but it's just, it's not very satisfying when you don't get anything for the first 5 battles that you play, you know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, it's better later on, because then you get, 1 and a part for each one. and it makes you feel better, but it's just like, you know, the initial reward is maybe not so much. So just like your initial response to buying like the season pass or whatever, if you bought it, then your initial response is just kind of like, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, as much as I don't really want to, I have 5 fortune keys. One of the things in this is to open a fortune vault, so I'm just going to do that. Because otherwise I would have to do the tournament and wait for tomorrow, and I may or may not either miss the tournament or forget to open one. Because I usually only log on like once a day. Now I'm just going to get credits from this, but whatever. Thoughts on the new Guardian skin? I think it looks nice, I guess. I don't know. You know, like, I got kind of mixed feelings. I like that they put it into the season pass. I will tell you, something that really irritated me for the battle pass was that they would add like a pilot or a weapon like Shotgun 8 that was only available through, you know, the premium season pass, right? The gold pass or whatever. It was only available if you spent money, and I didn't like that. Now, if you spend money, yeah, it is the best monetary investment that you can make. Obviously, right? You can spend, you know, like $10 and you can end up getting like 100,000 credits almost. Like it's a lot, and you end up getting a lot for it in terms of resources. You can also get like 1,000 up to 1,000 acorns from this one. Specifically, I think it's the first one to include acorns. But then, you know, the ultimate prize is just like something that's cool. It's something that, you know, you can kind of show off, and it's a fancy thing. I like the way that it looks. It looks like, I don't really know what it looks like, but I do genuinely like the way that it looks. It's maybe, I feel like its legs are a little too chunky. Like if the if like the thighs or whatever you call those on a mech, really, the upper part of the leg, if that like bent inward toward the middle and like, you know, was a little bit thinner, I think that would fit the aesthetic a little bit better. Because otherwise, like, yeah, the head is a little bit chunky, but it's like also kind of thin because of like the connection between like the main body and the torso. I don't know. It looks slightly chunky, but I like it overall. But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, like if you spend money, I would like it for you to just get, you know, something that's cool that you can kind of show off and be like, hey, look at this cool thing that I got that, you know, other people didn't get because they didn't want to, you know, spend money on the season pass. But, you know, it's not really worth anything. Yes, you get a lot of extra resources if you spend the money, but like you don't get like a premium weapon or anything like that. My Stalker. What about my Stalker? My Stalker is maxed out. There was a chance to get Maverick for free and I got lucky. Nice. Very, very nice. That's a good, I mean, that's obviously the best sniper pilot that you can get at the moment. Archangel is, you know, it exists on bots, but it does not exist in the game yet. But still, Maverick is very, very nice. And just as an epic pilot, even if you don't use sniper weapons, it's an epic pilot, and that's better than a rare pilot in basically every aspect, even if you didn't use it with sniper weapons. Looks like an insect, yeah, kinda. I think that's the point. Plarium is just so smart at making money from players. I mean, they're a business. That's kinda their job. That's kind of their job. But you know, at the end of the day, you do have to, regardless of how much you don't like any kind of pay to win or whatever. At the end of the day, you do have to keep in mind one simple and important fact, and that is that the game developers themselves, Mech Arena, they have no say in how much money the game is expected to produce. Plarium as a company, as the, you know, overarching company that owns Mech Arena along with, you know, Raid Shadow Legends and a lot of other games that I've probably never heard of. Plarium, as the overarching company, determines how much they should make. If they make a certain amount a given month, then if they make less the next month, then that is considered a bad month for them, because they're looking at it in terms of profit, because that's why they started the company, that's why they make the games, is so that they can get, you know, they can get money so that they can, you know, make a living from that. That's why, you know, it's the reason they started. Nobody makes a game out of the kindness of their heart, right? Nobody's going to do that. Especially, you know, employ like hundreds of people to make, or, you know, upward of 100 people to spend their life's work making a game. My point is, though, is that the people actually developing these games, the people who are coding Mech Arena, the people who are making the concept designs for all of these mechs and weapons, I am 100% certain that those people, as the people who spend their literal life's work making these games, they would love for everyone to like the game, and they would love for it to be fair for everyone, but they are not in control of that. So, at the end of the day, don't blame Mech Arena. You could blame Plarium, but, you know, also at the end of the day, they're a company. They didn't start the company to be nice to you. They started the company to make money. So, you know, if you don't like the way that it looks, the way that it works, if you don't like the way that they make money, just find somewhere else to go. Really. I don't think the Battle Pass was that bad. For $10 you could get an Epic Pilot plus 500,000 credits. It was generous. I mean, true, but at the same time, there are a significant number of players who are free to play not by choice, but because they have to be. Like kids who don't have money, you know what I'm saying? And I don't necessarily think it's fair to say, well, since you don't have money, you don't get this premium item from the Battle Pass. Now, I think it's fair to say that in general, if mechs and weapons are generally balanced, then that's fine, you know? You spend money for the sake of variety. You don't spend it because it makes you, you know, have better stuff. And in terms of Maverick isn't like a super OP pilot, so, you know, you were, for the most part, just spending money for the sake of variety. But I still like it better when the only real thing that you get, besides a bunch of resources, you know, and just good resources for your money, is something where you can just say, hey, that's cool, but it's not necessarily better than what other people have. Hey, Escape. It's a business. They do it. Works for the business. Exactly. Like, at the end of the day, you can't expect them to say, well, we want our players to be happy, so we're just going to make less money from now on. They're not going to do that. And, you know, maybe Mech Arena itself, like the actual devs, you know, I'm sure they get very little pleasure from people telling them how much their game sucks. I'm sure they would like for everybody to love their game, but, you know, at the end of the day, they have to make as much money as Plarium dictates that they have to make, based on, you know, revenue that they've accrued, and the different sources of revenue that Plarium has decided that they need to include in their games. Actually, you should blame Aristocrats. It's Aristocrat. That's the parent company that owns Plarium, and surprise, they're a gambling dev company. Yeah. No, I am aware of that. More of that too. I say aware, but I did forget it when I was talking, so I guess I shouldn't necessarily say aware. I learned that recently, I guess is what I should have been saying. I learned that recently, and I did forget about it, but, you know, I'm sure Plarium as a company probably does have some amount of say as to how much they expect their specific games to make. Aristocrat probably does generally dictate how much each sub-company is expected to make overall, but I don't think they dictate how much each specific game is supposed to make. Can you max Tengu? I mean, probably not, because as of right now, let me see. as of right now. I don't have enough credits, but it would cost me like 3,500 A coins just to get the blueprints. If I were to get, if I were just to get the credits right now, it would cost me like 3,500, 4,000 A coins just to get the blueprints. And then I would need to do one more level, and I really wouldn't have the A coins for that. So, could I physically, could I possibly do that given the resources that I have? No, I could not. When I think about the resources from the research playoff event that they give us after grinding more than 24 hours is very little. I mean, that's why you look at the prize, you determine whether or not it's worth it, and then you decide how much you play depending on that. I did not eat the last playoff. Wasn't worth it to me. Yeah, it was good stuff that I could have grinded for, but understanding how much you would have to play in order to get a certain thing, and understanding that you could play about as much as you possibly could and still potentially not play as much as somebody else who has more time than you, or is willing to spend more money than you, or is willing to, do this, that, or the other thing that maybe you can't do. When you take all of those things into consideration, there's a very low chance that you're actually going to, get a top place without spending either a lot of money or all of your time. But you could potentially waste one or both of those by, just doing it while somebody else is willing to do it more. Well, enough people are willing to do it more, and then all you get are 20 fortune keys. At the end of the day, though, I really only wanted the 20 fortune keys. I'll be completely honest. My pilots are fine. I could use the implant parts for sure. I could use the pilot marks for sure, but at the end of the day, I kind of just wanted those fortune keys. I do believe they should have eventually released Maverick. Yeah, I agree with that. And maybe they will at some point, but it's kind of late. Benita, I'm not doing hangar reviews yet. Please don't spam. Aegis with Gauss 10s. I mean, that's an idea. That's an idea, isn't it? So, sure, let's do this. Let's put Aegis in instead of Juggernaut. Sure. And then, hold on. And then I can put the arcs onto Surge this way. Because I think they work better than Disc Launcher, to be completely honest. Okay. Purge, hello. I'm doing alright. How about you? Since you won't even need to buy Battle Pass Gold if you have your main mech strong enough to compete with the pay-to-win dudes. I mean, that's true. I always buy the Battle Pass not because of it's, not because it's necessary or anything, or because, it gets me a specific, weapon or pilot or whatever. I get it because it's the best money that you could spend for the amount of resources that it gives you, you get a stupid amount of credits, you get a stupid amount of blueprints, you even get 1,000 A coins from this one, so it's for $10, I mean, you can't even get 1,000 A coins for $10. So, you may as well. You could get 1,000 A coins for $10, but that's about how much it would cost you in the regular shop. Yeah, I won't do it again, first and last time. I mean, think about it like a regular tournament. You grind Grandmaster, you get really high up, but at the end of the day, if somebody has more time than you, they can just get further up. Does that mean, dang, I'm never going to try Grandmaster again because this one time that somebody beat me, so even though it's, kind of likely that somebody's going to beat you, it's still worth trying if the reward is worth getting. And no, it's not, it's not supposed to be easy to get top place. This entire playoff thing is basically like the entire 6 heats rolled into one. So no, it's not going to be easy to win, but if the rewards are good, then it's worth attempting. It's not worth spending money. Like, I wouldn't spend $100 on tournament tickets, but, you know, however much you would spend on tournament tickets, that's how much you would consider worthwhile for the, you know, for the Grandmaster final tournament reward, right? And, you know, maybe that's nothing. Maybe you wouldn't spend anything on tournament tickets, and that's completely fine. But then, you know, it's the same deal. However much you think it's worth spending to get to potentially get the top reward for the playoff, think about it the same way. Think about it the same way is what I'm saying. I was in the top 3 for most of the last playoffs. I've had a ton of stacked crates and didn't mind opening, but a couple people pushed hard in the last day, ended up in the top 10. Yep. I mean, at least you weren't like 50th, which is what I was. I didn't even get my fortune keys. I wasn't able to play a whole lot last week, which is slightly unfortunate. But at the end of the day, I didn't spend any money on it, so I didn't really care. Am I going to try for this one? Am I going to try to get, you know, the good rewards? Absolutely. Am I going to probably get good rewards? Probably not. Am I going to spend any amount of money trying? Probably not. But I'm still going to try. I basically did dailies and crates only, though. Yeah, pretty much. I actually had very, very few crates at the start of that because I opened all of them trying to get as many blueprints as I could for MD before I maxed them out, which kind of ruined it for me, not gonna lie. I feel like what a lot of people are going to do, though, is they're going to like save up their crates, right? And they're going to save it up for the very last day. Because think about it. If you're in second and somebody's in first and they have a good lead on you, if you're growing at a constant rate, let's say, and they're growing at a constant rate, let's say, they feel safe, they feel secure, they are not going to, let's say, spend money on A-coins or spend A-coins on, you know, amateur champion crates, whatever. They're not going to spend A-coins on unnecessary things to, you know, get those points up as high as possible because they feel safe, because you are safely underneath them. If you just like save up all your crates or save up your A-coins and then just do that all at the last moment, basically, like you do that within like the last 10 minutes of the thing, you are very likely to pass more people than if you were to open them and spend the same amount and do the exact same things throughout the entirety of the event. Because then people see you growing faster, and that spurs them to do it faster, and, you know, so on and so on. It's about making people feel safe. So you should really, really, really account and expect for the person directly underneath you, several people that are directly underneath you. You should really account for them to have a giant surge in points within like the last hour of the event. If you really want to make sure that you get like a top place, I know from all like, you know, from all accounts, it looks like Scape wasn't like 100% trying. Obviously, like you were trying, but you weren't like super pushing it. But I'm saying that's what you could probably expect to happen. So if you are interested in trying to get a top spot, then you're gonna have to account for that. Not even gonna push on this one. These players not worth the attempt. You can lose too much. Tourney is on tickets, only tickets. I mean, I agree. I'm not gonna spend like, you know, a ton of A-coins or anything. Will I open up all my crates for the sake of the event? Sure. Why not? Will I, you know, do this, that, or the other thing, so long as it doesn't cost me A-coins or money? Yeah, probably. Whatever I can do, yeah, I will probably do it. Will I spend on it? No. Like at the end of the day, like, no, you have to take into account the chances of you winning. You have to take into account the rewards that you can get. And once you combine those things, you then get, the general worth of, how much it is worth the attempt, right? Same with, like, regular tournament with Grandmaster. You could spend Acoins on tickets. They're very, very cheap, obviously. So it's not quite the same thing, but at the end of the day, it's like, is the tournament worth, like, me spending, let's say you've, figured out that you probably have to spend somewhere around 1,000 Acoins on tournament tickets in order to get first in Grandmaster. You could grind that long, like you have that amount of time, but you start to think, well, if I don't get first in Grandmaster, or if I get third or something like that, you then decide, it's not worth spending 1,000 Acoins on tickets because this, that, or the other reason. Mostly pertaining to, the general chances that you have of actually winning. It's like bidding to buy something. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Can you do an MD with shotgun 8s? I mean, the shotgun 8s are bugged right now, but I have not tried that, and I want to very much. So yes, absolutely. Yes, I didn't try hard, but I also didn't have crazy high people in my bracket. The top players in mine were around 30,000. I've heard plenty of others who had over 100,000 nuts. Oh, yeah, same. Top in mine was like 30,000. I think that's just kind of the standard. There were 100,000 points from certain players, but again, like I was saying, that comes from when one person buys or does a lot and they get a giant surge in points. The next person down who decides, I really want these top rewards, they are also then going to spend copious amounts of points. So it then becomes like this giant cycle. Whereas, if you were to just wait for the last hour, which most people are likely going to do, then the surge doesn't really come until the very end. You could essentially spend like, half as much or less because of people feeling comfortable where they're at. Like if I was sitting pretty in top place in, Grandmaster and tournament, I'm not spending any more tickets. Like if I'm 5,000 points ahead of some guy, like I'm just gonna be like, yeah, all right. Maybe he'll get 5,000 points, but I'll push me down to like second, maybe third, and I'm okay with that. Like I would just stop at that point. I got like 6,000 points. I didn't even try. I got like 5,000, and I'm so sad. Not because I didn't place. Like, it's just, I don't know. I felt like such a failure. I ended up just below 20,000 naturally. Wow. I mean, again, I wasn't able to play a whole ton, but at the same time, like I usually only really log in to the game like once per day, maybe twice, and I do my number of games for the day, and then I don't. Like it's not. For me, it's also a matter of like time. Is it worth my time to grind this thing? Usually not. I don't participate in very many regular tournaments anymore because it's just like it's not worth spending 3 hours of my time grinding the same map over and over and over again, because I consider that to be boring personally. So, yeah. How does a player get 145,000 points? They spend a lot of Acoins on a lot of different things. If you were to just buy Acoins, right, and then you were to literally just use those Acoins on maxing out any legendary weapon or mech, let's say, that gets you a ton of legendary blueprints, which is part of the, the thing that puts you up for last playoff. So basically all they had to do was just like max out a few of their things, which as pay to win players were probably going to do anyway at some point, right? Then yeah, it just becomes that sort of thing. But again, like if you want a top spot, don't go crazy with it. try to make people feel comfortable, and then just do as much as you can in the last hour or so, if at all possible. If it ends, you know, in a time where like you're asleep, then just, you know, just do when you can, because other people have their own schedules too. You never know, right? Gab, hello. With the bots and their 100% accuracy through capturing 3 beacons without taking damage is really hard. Oh yeah, I'd be completely honest, I didn't even try that. I only did it about 20% of the time. See, like, I imagine that it wasn't too hard using something like Killshot, but like, I mean, also Shadow, I suppose. But I'll be completely honest, last playoff I did not even attempt to do the 3 beacon one, because yeah, you basically always take damage, and it just becomes a frustration thing to me, where I know that I would get more frustrated than is, you know, really worth the number of points that I would get. This new playoff is almost entirely crate based with no A-coin based events. Crate rush, much harder to rack up points in this current playoff. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still just a matter of who has more A-coins, right? To me, it doesn't really seem that different. Let's play and chat at the same time. Okay, Ferg. Invite me. I'll pay attention this time. Chips, when will you unblock my other 2 alts? On YouTube or on Discord? On Discord, never. And the reason is because if I decide that you're being unreasonable or mean or disrespectful to somebody and I put you in a timeout, that I don't mean to be, hey, go get your other alt so you can keep talking. I mean that to be a, hey, stop talking, period. Vinny to calm down. Yeah, pretty much. Oh. Yeah, why not? We'll try that. I just wanted you to know that I was around from the beginning. You're correct. Make them feel comfortable and then strike as the devil you are at the last moment. Exactly. Oh, it's you, Purge? I actually didn't realize that that was you, Purge. I saw a different name, and I saw, you know, a Whim clan tag, so I was like, I'm not sure that's Purge, but apparently it is. Yes, I see you. I see you. Wait, it's almost over. No, this playoff is not almost over. But we were just talking about how, you know, if you want to try hard in the playoff, if you want to, you know, give it your best shot, then what you want to do is, like, you know, if you're planning on using A-coins to open up, like, whatever random crates at the end of or at any point during the playoff to get more points, right? You're going to want to do that at the very end. And the reason is because if you get a lot of points during the thing, other people who you pass up, they're going to see that and they're also going to want a lot of points. If you get a lot of points at the very end, there isn't a lot of time for them to react. But so long as they feel comfortable during the event and, you know, you're, you know, a decent number behind them, they're going to be like, oh, okay, I'm not going to bother spending any more than, you know, I have to, right? Because these things can be expensive. They're not going to want to expend any more than they have to. So it's about, like, making them feel comfortable with the points that they have, and then, yes, very truly, striking like the devil you are. Oh no. Oh my gosh, that was not good. That was not good at all. Howie! Why is your radius 12 meters? Karina Dragon, hello. Out of here. Ha! Gauss rifle, OP. It's actually not. Owie, owie, owie. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. What's going on? We doing something? We doing something? We not doing something? Gosh. This guy doesn't want to move. He just wants to... Okay, fine. You know what? I got it. I see what you're about. Oh, hold on. Hello. Kill him. Thank you. Dope. Coming. I was really just hoping that wasn't a Zephyr. I was like, well, you know, maybe I'll be able to kill him fast enough if it's a Zephyr, but who knows? You know, I'm gonna do this. Feel the wrath of Gauss Rifle. I don't think he's feeling it. Are you feeling it? Oh my gosh, dude. Ah, get out of here. Oh, hold on. There we go. I love the fact that Aegis's dome is literally just a panic button. It's just like, oh no, I'm taking damage. Panic button. It's good. I really just wish that it dropped it straight down as opposed to out a little bit, because then you kind of have to like walk into it. I really wish that it just, you know, dropped straight down and activated a little bit sooner. It would be nice. Why are you running Ghost 10? Oh wait, this is Ruffles we were talking about. He's the anti-meta running boss. Yeah, also somebody asked me to do it, so who am I to say no? Unless you ask for something Killshot, I'm not doing that. I am very the person who's going to say no. Oh, sorry. I'll accept it next time. Review. Oh my goodness. You know, I'm not sure you heard me, but I'm pretty sure I said that I wouldn't do it for like the first couple hours. How much speed do you think Surge will be after the update? So you're thinking they're gonna buff the speed? It's interesting. It's very possible. I think they're most likely just going to buff the speed or the HP. Probably not both. Most likely the HP. Because that's usually just like their general solution for things, right? Like Cheetah, they buffed his mind damage, they buffed his HP. I can't think of a situation. I can't think of a time where they actually buffed a mech's speed, sorry. Even though speed is a big thing that really just kind of makes Surge not great, it's also not terribly slow. People think of it like a kill shot, so they expect it to be really fast, even though it's not. So I think that's part of what like really makes people think that it's slow, is just because like, oh, it's like kill shot, but it's so slow compared to kill shots. Like, it's not supposed to be compared to kill shot. Although I would love for this thing to be faster. I think that would like actually make it, you know, better, obviously, because speed is a factor of meta, right? But I can't think of a case where they actually buffed a mech's speed. they usually just buff the HP and the damage that it does from its ability if the ability does damage. So, very likely their solution to Surge is going to... Oh, wow, okay. Alright, I see what's going on. Is going to be an HP buff, and then possibly, you know, maybe they'll give it a little bit of damage on impact, or maybe they'll just make the duration a little bit longer, like a second longer. Or maybe it'll just be straight up HP. I personally think it's just going to be straight up HP. But at the end of the day, I don't think even if they gave this thing tank HP that it would ever be like top 5 meta. Because its ability simply puts it in a bad situation, you know? Like, Zephyr can use its ability to get out of a bad situation, you know, freeze you there and then run away. But you can't very well run away with Surge when your ability is literally the thing bringing you to somebody. You could use it as a dash, but at that point, if you're just using it as like a movement dash, you're better off using Killshot because, you know, Killshot has its ability back like twice as fast. So, yeah. But that's fine. I am actually okay. What I'm trying to say is not that there's nothing that they can do to make me like Surge. I like Surge. Even now, after they nerfed it, which... Funny story, actually, I think, as far as I'm aware, Scape could probably confirm or deny this, but, as far as I'm aware, the radius nerf of Surge, the very recent radius nerf of Surge, is the only actual like recorded nerf in the entire history of Mech Arena. As far as I am aware, it's the only time they have nerfed anything. And it's funny that they did it to one of like the bottom 3 mechs. But yeah, I mean, like, I like it even now, you know, even now that it's terrible, you know, compared to other things. It's still usable, and it's still a lot of fun, and I generally enjoy using it. And with that said, even if it's not meta after the buff, I would still appreciate it. Maybe I'll use it less. I'll be completely honest. Cheetah was a main mech of mine before the buff. And then after the buff, I kind of stopped using it. Just because I felt like they were making it easier for me, and that was not a feeling that I wanted to have. Because you know how I get for some reason. Ruffles isn't Zephyr 4th most powerful mech in the game due to the stunt of giving Zephyr a radius of 45 meters in CPC and duration of 9 seconds in tournament. Ticks me off a lot. Oh, yeah. No, I agree. It's the 3rd best mech, in my opinion. In my opinion. I still consider Zephyr better than Stalker. Like, I guess when it comes down to it, it's slightly easier to use Stalker. It's easier to, like, you know, spam Disc Launcher, spam Rocket Mortar, and just do generally more damage than a Zephyr could. But I think in, like, a 1v1, or, you know, just in terms of general usefulness, I think Zephyr's still a little bit better. But, you know, it would be considered by a lot of people. Actually, by a lot of people, I don't even think it's considered top 5 anymore. But I think it is. I think it is. I'm an aggressive player, but now I'm reserved when attacking a mech, giving them distance of 50 meters. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, even though you might think of that as something that kind of sucks, which I do. I mean, like, I'm the same way. I like to just be able to run in there. But at the same time, like, the fact that you're being reserved, waiting to see what the mech is before going up closer to them, you know, to make sure that it's not a Zephyr, that really just means that you're learning the game more. You're being more careful. You're, you know, observing things better. Like, it's just, you know, player growth. And it's really just a good thing overall. You know, if it wasn't a Zephyr, then it would be a Guardian, right? You know, you wouldn't get within 30 meters of a Guardian if bot Guardians were a thing. The only reason you're not concerned about Guardians is because they're not in the bot list. But, like, assuming, you know, let's assume that it's a bunch of players, or let's assume that bots use every single mech. You know, you're going to be careful because you don't know if it's Guardian either, right? And there are multiple mechs that are like that. It's just that Zephyr's the most prominent one because it's the one that's always in the, you know, in the bot roster. You equip the Rusty Ravager skin on Stalker and bring that Buffy mech. Yeah. I mean, I don't have that. I don't have that skin for Stalker, but you do, and it looks very fancy. I use Surge to counter Panther because I can go past the stasis fence and stun, but I still wish it had more than 20 kph. I mean, yeah. I mean, Surge can be good. It's hard to use. It's when I say that something's bad, I don't necessarily mean that it's bad in the general sense of the word. What I mean is that it's harder to use. There are less general situations where you would say, man, I wish I had this mech as opposed to the mech that I'm using. Most situations you would always say, I would be better off if I was running a Panther, and that is why I consider Panther to be the best mech. The other basically half of the situations you say, I would be better off if I was using Killshot. That's why Killshot's the second best mech. And so on and so on and so on. There are very, very few situations where you would ever say, man, I wish I had a Surge, as opposed to, man, I wish I had a Zephyr or a Killshot, right? Like, because most situations are better resolved by using one of those two as opposed to Surge, although Surge is very, very usable. It's just not necessarily practical most of the time. I think they may have made nerfs in early beta. I actually think MD used to heal even through damage. Also, Juggy's shield is seen as a nerf change in ability. Many consider worse, so nerf-ish. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know about the MD, but I was definitely there for the Juggernaut Ares shield exchange, and I probably I didn't consider that. I forgot all about that. So I suppose that would technically be considered a nerf to Juggy. I believe it was a good nerf, a good and necessary nerf. A lot of people didn't like it because they're like, oh no, I upgraded my Juggernaut, but now it's garbage. It's like, no, it's not. It just requires a different playstyle. Juggernaut has more HP and more shield HP than Ares. So then, you know, to balance that out, Ares is 2 kph faster, but, you know, that doesn't really count for much. But also, you know, its ability is slightly more versatile. You know, its shield is slightly more versatile in terms of its duration. In terms of, you know, the shield itself is actually slightly less versatile because it's a wide shield. You don't have shield on the side, you don't have shield on the back. And even if you're behind cover, people can very easily shoot your shield in to take it down. So I would consider it a good exchange. I very much enjoyed that shield exchange. But yes, I think that would technically be considered a nerf, and that is worth mentioning. Bot Zephyrs are like, I'm coming for you, bro, and then stun within a fraction of a second. Yeah, and then like 3 more spawn, and then they all just like, they just ruin your entire game because you're frozen the entire time. I love it. I don't love it. I'm joking. I swear I've seen it bot Guardian before, I swear. Oh, no, you definitely have. In lower SP levels, there's actually a lot of them. And also, the mechs that bots use change every so often. Like, the devs switch it up every so often. There used to be Guardians in higher rank for a little bit. It was only for like a couple weeks, I think. But they were definitely there, yes. Also, Killshot Dash bug could be seen as a nerf since it's still happening and they haven't fixed since beta. I mean, if you're talking about like the Butter Dash thing, as far as I'm aware, that's always been going on. And that's just like a result of just what the dash is. Also, why are we doing 2v2s? I don't really like 2v2s. Probably should have reloaded first. Nah. There you go. I knew he was one shot, so I didn't mind getting within his radius. Once you start shooting at a Zephyr, a bot Zephyr is when they will freeze you. So long as they are one shot, then they will, you can pretty easily just go kill them before they're able to freeze you. Or before they will freeze you, I guess I should say. They're definitely able to before that. You know, I'm starting to wonder. I'm slightly curious. If, since the spread is gone, am I technically getting more damage from each shot? Because all of my damage is pushed into one thing. I'm actually not sure how the shotguns work in this game. If it is like a certain number of like shotgun pellets hit you, or if it's just, you know, if you're within the cone, then you take the full damage of whatever is in that cone radius. I'm pretty sure it's if you're in the cone, then you just take the full damage of, you know, what distance you are away from the enemy and, you know, that. And it's just determined by distance, not by the actual number of pellets that are hitting you like most games would calculate it. I'm pretty sure it's done that way. But if it is based on like number of pellets, then technically you'd probably be doing more damage with this like this very precise shotgun, because you're doing all the damage into one spot, as opposed to potentially missing a few of those pellets. I'm not sure if there's like any particular proof as to which mechanic that they use for shotguns, but just using them myself, it's pretty apparent to me that I'm not getting any extra damage from this. Would be interesting though. Better get back to work. Good talking, y'all. Alright, bye, Escape. I'll read your other message now. Sorry. Agreed on Juggy Ares. That's why I consider it a nerf-ish. Ares needed to compete with Juggy. Better, and he does for the tank slot. Juggy is still considered slightly better at top end. Good change. Yeah. I mean, I think that most people consider Ares to be the better tank of the two, but again, that comes down mostly to ease of use. It's just easier, it's more intuitive to use Ares because you don't have to worry about the shield going down, so you don't have to think about it as much, right? It's just more intuitive to do it that way. So that's why most people prefer Ares. In terms of which one has more potential, technically Juggy probably has more potential. Oh, hey, look, another 5 coins. I should have... I really should have waited. I actually wasn't paying attention. I should have waited to open the 5 crate and then just opened a 10 with the extra 5 that I got. But I wasn't paying attention to what the reward for that was. My bad. MD with autocannons, I challenge you to use that. Well, I could certainly try. If this guy doesn't... Hold on. It's a 2v2, so I don't care. If it was a CPC, then I would not be doing that. Because there's no way that that would actually like get me anywhere. But since it's 2v2 and this guy's going to be killing most of the enemies anyway, I don't really care. I'm gonna use Major because it's, you know, assault damage. So, invite me back, Purge. Giving so much lectures today about mechs, it feels like I'm in MIT. Well, look, I have a lot of general knowledge to share about the game, And I genuinely enjoy telling all of you guys this stuff, and I like to think that you're interested in hearing it. But, you know, it's the kind of player that I am in this game, and it's the kind of player that I was in Warrobots. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the kind of player that I am in most games. In general, in terms of, like, games, I don't play a ton of them. But I choose this one that I spend basically all of my attention on. Not surge time? Wait, what? Or now surge time? I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Now it's surge time. Okay. Gotcha. I will use surge for this one, and if I die with surge, I'll use MD. And, you know, I'll just use MD next time. One of the two. Ranbeer, hello. I said this earlier to everybody, but I'm going to say it again. If you were not aware, earlier this morning, well, it's afternoon now, so I should say earlier today, or this morning. This morning I uploaded my first official Mech Arena giveaway. It is for 3 Long Arm 12 event tokens. The event's coming out in a couple days. So you have until 8 a.m. EST tomorrow to enter. I have seen a lot of people, there have been a lot of people in the comments on that video that have been saying things like Railgun 12, you know, like the challenge basically was to give me a name idea for a new sniper weapon. And there was a lot of people who were like, you know, Railgun 12, I think it's going to be Railgun 12, or Long Arm 16. That's not a new sniper weapon. That is a new energy variant. I'm looking for a new name, not a new energy. But if you didn't know about the video, you can, you know, go ahead and check it out. It would be the most recent video on the channel. And then you can come back to the stream later if you want. Or or you could do it later. But I would recommend doing it as soon as possible, because otherwise you might forget, right? I know I probably would. But myself, along with a lot of other content creators, are doing this giveaway, so feel free to enter in those. I feel like double surge is not bad, dude. I really like the missile racks that you got going on there. Missile rack is fantastic for surge. Alright, so if I dash at this kill shot, he's gonna kill me. But if I do that... Dankies! Oh no, he killed me anyway. Okay. Never mind. We're good. No problem. No worries. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't die, you died. But yeah, just, you know, anybody who wasn't aware of that giveaway, that is a thing that's going on, so make sure to check it out. If there's only going to be one winner, so... But, yes. If you... Long story short, if you entered and you got a heart on your comment from me, then that means you're good to go. It means you qualified, and there's nothing more that you need to do. Otherwise, I will be responding up until the point that I go to bed. I will be responding to all comments that don't qualify, and making sure that they know, you know, like what the rules are. Anything that I need from them, I will make sure to tell them. But up until that point, oops, I probably shouldn't have done that. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Stop sniping me. I got him. Yeah, Surge ain't no... Oh, gosh. Surge ain't no kill shot. You can't dash at somebody and then, you know, the first person inside your radius gets frozen. It does not work like that. Unfortunately. OP autocannon. I choose you. Oh, well, never mind. I wanted to choose you, but I didn't do much. Anyone wants to know about Apex Legends Mobile? I will gladly share info on it. Nice. Do you play that a lot, German King? I'll be honest, I haven't really been playing it. And I deleted the game from my tablet because it's so laggy, it does not work well. I am considering trying it on like my phone or something. But you know, I don't know. When it comes down to it, I don't have a ton of time in my day. So if I'm going to try or play or even just have a game downloaded on my phone or on my tablet, it's going to have to be one that I could potentially play a lot. And the games that I'm going to play a lot are going to be the ones that I can either stream or record for YouTube, obviously, or for Twitch. One of the two. Most of my variety gaming goes over to Twitch. But yeah, in terms of that, when it comes to a game that's, you know, very laggy or something that I can't really effectively play, then very often I just don't play it. And that's kind of what happened with Apex Mobile. It was a very interesting concept. And I liked it overall. Obviously, I needed to get used to it a little bit. And now Cheetah. I'm not using Cheetah. No MD. No, we're doing MD. It's MD time, boys. I'm fine with suggestions, but you know, I'm not gonna join a game and then just play whatever random mech somebody wants me to play every single time. I agreed to autocannon MD, so we are doing autocannon MD. Darkside, hello! Builds my testing. Well, for one, we're doing autocannon MD. I did Gauss Rifle Shadow earlier, and it was super OP, 10 of 10, definitely recommend. Yeah, I play Apex Mobile while waiting to upgrade my hangar. Mech Arena constantly matches me with high XP and SP players in tournaments, and I don't even have some of the weapons which my opponents have. I mean, sure. I don't have some of the weapons that people have, like Cryo Javelin. But like at the end of the day, yes, there are things like, you know, Disc Launcher 16 that exist that like pay-to-win people can get, right? But you could always get Disc Launcher 12 for free, and that's something that's basically just as good. You could just, you know, have less mechs to potentially use Disc Launcher on. Missile Rack, I think, is the only real, like, pay-to-win weapon, is, like, as far as I'm concerned. Apart from, like, Missile Rack 12. There's, like, Long Arm 12, but not very many people even use that, to be completely honest. But when it comes down to it, people pay for variety. They're not necessarily paying for more power, because you could, in terms of weapons. When it comes to mechs, it's a little bit different, because Stalker is a thing that exists. Stalker is the most pay-to-win that the game has gotten, for sure. Tengu's good, but he's not, like, you know, super meta. But again, like, when it comes down to it, in terms of weapons, they're paying for variety, not necessarily paying for power. You can, you know, like, you don't have the option to use Disc Launcher, you know, on a maxed out attacker mech if you don't spend money to get Disc Launcher 16. But that's just variety for Disc Launcher, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't necessarily determine a game. It's not like, you know, oh, this person has Disc Launcher 16, therefore they're more powerful than me, therefore their build is better than mine. It's like, no, the most powerful Disc Launcher build is actually Disc Launcher Stalker, which uses the 12s. And, you know, Stalker being a different story, but, you know, in terms of weapons, you're paying for variety, you're not necessarily paying for power. You can spend money on upgrades, but again, different story. Do I think that the game is entirely free-to-play friendly? Of course not, I understand that there is a big difference between people who want to spend and people who, you know, don't want to or can't spend. I get that there's a significant difference in power, but even though people like do go up against those players, I'm doing this while playing like literally like the worst build that you could possibly play, and it's absolutely fantastic. I just want one kill from this, really. One kill is all I want. Anyway, even though like as like a lower SP player, you may go up against like some pay-to-win players who have like significantly more power than you, significantly better weapons and mechs than you. Even if they had the exact same stuff, it would be like, you know, twice as powerful, and that's completely understandable that you would get frustrated at that. But they also, like, they don't stay in your bracket for very long, you know? Like, yes, you'll go up against a few of them, but they don't stay there for very long. And pay-to-win players are the players that get destroyed the most at high rank, because they're the ones who spent their way to the top and don't actually know the game as well as these people who are, you know, 5,000 power and free to play, which there are quite a few of them in my clan alone. Oh, I almost got the kill. Let me get the kill, please. Let me get the kill, please. Yes. OP. Okay. Sounds fun. Why not try MD with Shotgun 8 and Arc Torrent 6? Because I tried MD with 2 Shotgun 8s. Because I maxed out my MD recently. Hooray. And it was actually a lot of fun. 2 Shotgun 8s on MD was actually fantastic. Even with the Shotgun nerf, it just does so much damage. And MD is just slow enough to where you have the necessary time to aim it. So like I would actually not even consider it a bad build even with the bug. It's almost 2 hours. Can you do the review? I saw it the first 2 times. No need to spam. I do it when I do it. I don't have a set schedule. If I decide that I want to stop at a certain time, sometimes I stream for like 6 hours, you know? If you really want the hangar review thing, then, you know, I will probably get to it within the next, what time is it? It's like 1 o'clock. I'm actually not sure. I'll probably get to it within the next like 45 minutes or so. I'm having a bit of fun, but I probably won't necessarily do this for too much longer. Panther beats Stalker most of the time because that stasis fence is too good. Panther, yeah. Like I was saying before, if, you know, I don't know if you're here or not, but like, in terms of like meta, to me it is mostly just a matter of, you know, what kind of situation would you say, I would be better off if I was using this mech, right? There are more situations where you would say I would be better off if I was using Panther than you would say, you know, I'd be better off if I was using Stalker, because Panther can protect itself, and an ability that protects it like a, you know, self-preservation ability, any kind of defensive mechanism when it comes to this game is huge. And the reason is just because the general damage in this game is absolutely off the charts. You do not last long. Like in terms of general survivability, you do not last long. Even like not even tanks. You can't go into, like, this isn't like other games where it's like, you know, you could go into a group of like 3-4 enemies and you could survive a little while, maybe kill 1 or 2 of them, but, you know, like tanks have, you know, other disadvantages, like maybe, like generally they're just like really slow, or, this, that, or the other thing. They can't equip certain weapons, blah, blah, blah. But like this isn't like that. As a tank, you're probably not even going to survive against one mech, if it's, an attacker mech or kill shot or something like that. Like, general survivability in this game is very, very low, so anything that can protect itself is going to be extremely good. That said, Aegis is not extremely good, and that's just because it trades survivability with firepower. It technically has, like, very, very low firepower just because it keeps itself from firing when the ability is active. So even though it has, like, potential firepower, it doesn't have, like, in practice, you don't get out very much actual damage output, which is really just the thing that makes Aegis not optimal. In terms of survivability, it's great, but, in terms of general usefulness, it's not, because it's not able to really take out very many mechs, right? And if you can't deal damage and kill the mechs that are coming for you, survivability can only get you so far. What about Long Arm 10 and Thermal Lance 6? I mean, when it comes down to it, there are a lot of reasons that I say that beam weapons do not pair well with sniper weapons. But, I think one of the reasons that Thermal Lance does not pair well with Long Arm particularly is because Long Arm already has an overheat effect. So really, you're kind of just wasting a potential 6 energy slot. You're probably better off using Gauss Rifle. Okay, Purge. Good night. Thanks for playing some very intense autocannon games. Actually, I really enjoyed that Surge one. I really enjoyed that. That was good. Stalker is good for maps like Tunnel of Fate. Go inside the tunnel and just farm bots. Same strategy for Acropolis. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to read the rest of the chat before getting to something that I said earlier that I think applies to this. Ruffles, what about a skilled player that is pay to win? I mean, skilled players that are pay to win are absolute menace, You could consider me pay to win. I know a lot of people would consider me pay to win, but I'm not. I think when it comes down to it, pay to win people cannot be skilled, because the very definition of pay to win means that they are spending money in order to win games, because if they didn't spend money, then they wouldn't win games, which implies that they don't have skill. What I am pay to play, which means I'm willing to spend money in order to get a variety of mechs and weapons and equipment for me to use, for the sake of variety, because I want to use it, and because I am interested in playing different things. So I think in terms of definition, and for the sake of not offending anyone, I think it's important, because now normally I wouldn't really mind if someone was like, you're paid to win, like, just in general. So it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Just like the general label, it doesn't really mean a whole lot. But when it comes to a community inside of a game who automatically labels people as pay to win, and then the response of other people from that label is like extremely, extremely toxic, it becomes a personal attack. And I think being able to distinguish pay to win from pay to play is a very important thing in this game specifically. Because if you were to say somebody was pay to win in War Robots, they would be like, yeah, and then that would just be the end of it. Because people over in War Robots are generally, like, I used to play that game. People over in War Robots, it was a massive pay to win game, but people over there they were very nice, and they were very understanding, and they were very just, generally mature about a lot of things, because, the people who play that are generally older than the people who play this game. And that's, that's fine, and that's to be expected. Maturity levels rise when, the player age generally rises. And that's fine. But, like, if someone were to call me pay to win in War Robots, yeah, all right. I mean, I did spend a good amount of money on it. So, compared to other people, yeah, I could probably be considered pay to win. But in Mech Arena, it is very different. It is very different. And you know, if you don't want to offend anybody, I would say that is a good distinction to make. Aegis is workable with disc 12s. You can curve the disc around dome shield. This is true. I think Aegis is workable, but I don't think he's at all optimal. I think most of the time when I see someone use Aegis, they're just using disc launcher, and I think it's just because Sentry says preach. Oh, I am, sir. But I think it's just because disc launcher is just a easy to use weapon. You know, it's like Panther and Killshot. It's easy to do well with them, and that just makes them a generally better weapon. And it just makes them a generally, you know, it's just a general first pick in weapon, just because it's easy to do well with it. But I don't think people choose disc launcher. I don't think like most YouTubers choose disc launcher on Aegis because it's necessarily like the best weapon for Aegis. I'm not saying Aegis is either. I would consider it to be shotgun 8s because I think they pair very well. But even that being said, I don't have a maxed out Aegis, right? I haven't used all of the different weapons. From what I can tell, shotgun 8 works very, very well. But, you know, with the shotgun 8 bug that's going on right now, I can't even effectively confirm that because I haven't been using Aegis for that long. So when it comes down to it, like, you know, if you want a good Aegis game, if you're like thinking, okay, I need a video, I want to make it about Aegis maybe, or I just want to use Aegis in my hangar, the easy solution is just to say, okay, I'm just going to use disc launcher because I genuinely don't know what's going to make this mech good. It really depends on the situation, right? It is one of those mechs where it's very, very difficult to find a good weapon for it. It's kind of like MD, honestly. Like, except MD, you can always, you know, you can always just like slap disc launcher on. That's pretty good. You could slap Arc Torrent on. That's pretty good. The shotguns, actually, I just discovered are also really good. But like, you know, you don't have necessarily quite all of those. I would say Arc Torrent is not very good for Aegis because, I don't know, it's just like whenever I try it, it doesn't seem to work very well. Always seems to work better on other things. So I wouldn't consider Arc Torrent great. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing where it's like, you know, different setups are. It's hard to tell what's good on Aegis. But with the long arm 10, not get every shot with the overheat, so more damage. Yeah, potentially. Like, you get slightly more damage, but in general, you would not get very much damage. Let's say that you were to hit. Well, let's say you were to hit 5 shots onto an enemy with a single long arm, right? Let's say on the 3rd shot, you apply the overheat with the weapons perk. The overheat duration for like 5 seconds, that's enough for you to get the 4th and 5th shots in, and it would still be in overheat. Plus, you know, those successive shots have the chance to apply further overheat and increase the duration. Whereas, if you were to use a long arm and a thermal lance, you would have to, you know, first off, you'd have to train the beam on them. And then you would have to individually fire the beam, because if you didn't individually fire the beam, then you're just, as fast as you can, unloading the long arm mag onto somebody, and you're very, very likely to either, you know, miss if they're moving, because beams track the target where they're at. Long arms, you have to pre-aim. So if somebody is moving sideways, and you're tracking the beam onto them, even though the beam gives you, you know, auto-targeting, and long-arm shots are very quick, like the projectile speed is very fast, but you still stand a good chance of missing them if they're far enough away. And, you know, you want to stay pretty far away in order to get the maximum amount of damage from long-arm, right? So if they're moving sideways, you actually stand a chance to miss a decent number of your shots because of, you know, first off, the auto-target of a different type from the thermal lance, and second off, because in order to keep the beam on them to apply the overheat, you have to hold the weapon firing button down. It's very, 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 very difficult. I can't even like express to you how difficult it is to stagger your weapons while you're trying to snipe at somebody long range. It is incredibly difficult to do that, regardless of whether you're using a beam weapon or 2 sniper weapons. It's very hard to pay close attention to your movement, pay close attention to their distance and, where they're at. It's very hard to, like, precisely aim at somebody and make sure that you're going to hit them while also keeping track of which weapon you're using, how much ammo you have of it, whether or not you're holding it down. Because one of them you have to hold down in order to apply this, in order to apply the overheat. The other one you have to tap once, maybe twice, because if you hold it down, again, you stand the chance of just doing a mag dump, whereas you only needed like 2 or 3 hits. So you're very, very likely to, waste a couple shots over, technicalities of the weapon differences. But also, even if you were to use it and it worked perfectly, by the time you apply the overheat with the thermal lance, you're on like the 2nd shot. So you really get just a fraction of extra damage. And thermal lance damage itself is very, very low because, obviously the perk of extra damage is where, its effectiveness comes in. So you're probably better off just using, like, a Gauss rifle, because it just does more raw damage, so the overall damage output that you're doing, regardless of whether or not you're hitting or missing, is going to be higher. I loved wrecking pay-to-win people in War Robots. It was fun. Oh yeah, same. By the way, what was your name in War Robots? It was Ruffles504. Do you think addition of Disc Launcher 16 is unnecessary? I mean, yeah, for sure. I thought it was unnecessary. Disc Launcher 12 was already powerful enough. When it first came out, my initial thought was, yeah, that's unnecessary. Do I think Disc Launcher 16 is, I don't think it's a necessary addition to every powerful hangar. It's not like I look at somebody's, really powerful hangar and I'm like, man, I think you'd be better if you were using Disc 16 instead of the Disc 12 because 16 just does more damage. Like, that's not necessarily the case. If you're using Disc 12s on a maxed out Stalker, that's probably the best Disc Launcher build you're going to get. If you're using Disc 12s on like on a Juggernaut, that's pretty darn good. Like, you don't need Disc 16s in order to do well. And I wouldn't even say that they generally perform better because, they're great on Guardian. Disc Launcher is great on Guardian, make no mistake. But besides Guardian, Panther is better off with railguns. Like, Panther's a great mech. It's the best mech in the game. A lot of people use Disc Launcher on it because Disc Launcher's, super OP. But, it pairs better with railguns. Panther pairs better with railguns. Simple. Besides that, there really aren't very many, 32 energy mechs that are really any good. Like, Redox is not very good. You could use Disc Launcher on it to make it better, but, overall, people prefer to just use mortars on it because Redox doesn't survive very long otherwise. Paragon, nobody really uses Paragon late game. Arachnos, kind of same story. Nobody uses Arachnos late game. When it comes down to it, your only real options for 32 energy mechs are Panther and Guardian, and the only one that Disc 16 really works on is Guardian. So if you happen to not like Guardian, or you happen to want to use something besides Guardian, which is completely fine, you don't need Guardian to be, to have a top meta hangar. Guardian's like the number 5 slot, so it's pretty easy to switch him out with something else that you just happen to like better. Is it sure that I cannot use long arm though? Do you have hard time aiming it? It's just something you gotta get used to. Disc 16 is absolutely incredible if you have the weapon and the disc reload implant, which can shorten your reload to 3 seconds. You can get 700 point wins per game in tournament. Oh yeah, for sure. It does more damage per hit than a Disc Launcher 12, but again, it's not like I would ever say, man, if you want to compete with high end, you need a Disc 16 build in here. I would say that if they didn't have like a kill shot, I would be like, you really should put a kill shot, or like you really should put a panther in your hangar, or you know, you really should put railguns in your hangar. If you're not using a sniper weapon, like I'd be like, you really should put railguns in your hangar. If you're not using disc launcher, you should really put disc launcher in your hangar, because that'll make you perform better, so that you could actually compete. But when it comes to the general like performance of disc 16 versus disc 12, you could very easily use disc 12 on something like kill shot. Kill shot's incredible with disc 12. You don't need the 16s in order to do well. Do you know me about the long arm incident? I'm not sure which long arm incident you're talking about. I feel like there were several. If you win tournament easily, you won't ever need to play those silly research events or buy battle pass. I mean, that's true. Winning tournament easily is something that I feel like can only really happen if you're willing to spend a good amount of time on it. And I'm just not willing to spend that amount of time on it, because it's not worth it to me. I think it's boring, so I don't. And that's really the only thing. But yeah, you know, if it's not worth it to you, don't buy the battle pass. If it's not worth it to you, don't do the, you know, playoff. I'm not planning on, like, you know, putting everything I have into the playoff event. I'm going to open my crates, but I'm not going to, like, spend a bunch of A-coins or anything on it. Unless I'm really close to getting, like, a really good reward, then yeah, I'll probably spend, like, up to it. 1, maybe 2,000 A-coins. Since I'm part of, like, the partner program for Plarium, or for Mech Arena now, they give me, like, a weekly bonus of A-coins, so... Like, I don't have to buy them anymore, so I don't really care, right? I'm actually waiting for it to come in crates. Yeah, I'm not sure when it's going to come in an A-coin event. It still hasn't. It's kind of disappointing. Disc 16 is worth spending on rather than Battle Pass and other things. Yeah, probably. I mean, if you had, like, a deal where it was, like, you could get Disc 16 for, like... you know, 30, 40 bucks. Would I trade disc 16 for like 3 or 4 battle pass seasons? Probably. Like, I think that would be a worthwhile trade, right? But if it were like a, you know, a token event, and I'd have to spend $100 to guarantee that I get disc 16, it's like, is that worth it? I have disc 12, and I'm using disc 12 on this medium mech that I have maxed out. I want disc 16. Should I spend like $100 to get disc 16? No, because not only are you going to have a pilot issue where you don't have 2 pilots with the, you know, the same perks, and you can't use, you know, you'd either be wasting the 16s or you'd be wasting the 12s. I also don't recommend that, even if you were to solve that pilot issue, I don't recommend that you use multiple disc launcher setups in your hangar, ever. I went against some guy a while back, and I want to use this as a reference. I went against some guy who was using 3 medium mechs, all maxed out, okay? Along with 2 others, right? He had 2 disc 12s on one, and then a disc 16 and a disc 8 on 2 others. So he had 3 disc launcher setups in his hangar that were basically all maxed out, and all 24 energy worth of disc launcher. I destroyed that guy so freaking easily, because disc launcher is not optimal for every situation. And if you get into a situation where it's not optimal, more than half of your hangar is screwed. Am I the only one that can use a beam and sniper simultaneously? No, you can. You can, Sentry. I'm not saying that you can't, and a lot of people probably try it and they probably do it. What I'm saying is that it is not optimal. If it is a better idea to get good at aiming snipers than to, you know, do it the easy way, let the beam, you know, auto-target, like, you know, give you the aim assist so you don't have to aim as well, and then just go from there. A lot of people do the beam sniper thing as a way of getting around the fact that they aren't good at, like, actually aiming the sniping. And I think it's more worthwhile to get good at aiming the sniping, because you have more potential damage output from doing that than you would from just, you know, using a beam. You can use a beam. but it's not entirely optimal. And there are a lot of situations where you'd do better with 2 sniper weapons. Again, it's not that it's unusable. It's like mechs. It's not like it's unusable. It's that there are more situations where I myself, as a good sniper, self-proclaimed anyway, where I myself would say, I wish I had 2 sniper weapons as opposed to I wish I had a beam and a sniper weapon. There are far more situations where I would prefer double snipers because I can actually aim it and I can get more damage out of it. If you're considering buying those tokens. Caught the stream in school. Oh, pay attention in school though. Nope, I got MVP 1 4 times the 4 times I tried it. Oh, you're talking about the... Yeah. Again, like, it makes it easy to aim. That doesn't necessarily make it the best sniper, option for you. Wait, I wasn't here when you... What was your name again? Oh, in War Robots, it was just Ruffles504. Guess we really are the ultimate duo. Yeah. Dark Sentry. Activate. I'm actually free to play, so waiting for just 16 crate rush event. Yeah, it's probably going to cost like 50 or 550 A coins per spin if they ever do it, because it's like such a high-end weapon. It's a 16 energy weapon. So, and it's a legendary too. So, chances are you're going to need, to be safe, you're going to want to save up 5,500 A coins to guarantee that you actually get it. Are we talking about nerfs or what? Oh, no, I'm just talking about random stuff. Responding to chat and not keeping up very well because I have too much to say. Me too, I saved like 8,000 A coins for... I've used Disc 12 and it was almost maxed out with maxed out Stalker. It could hardly destroy one Ares. The Disc 16 does much more damage. You can destroy more bots at a time. I mean, maybe you were just getting bad luck, but I'll be completely honest. My Disc Launcher Stalker, which, my Stalker's maxed out, but my Disc Launchers aren't. My Disc Launcher Stalker wiped the floor with several people who were in a squad who were using, like Max Guardian with double Disc Launcher 16s, and I wiped the floor with multiple people that were, squatting up, and I was by myself in a tournament match. And, I have pretty consistently done that, too. I think you should either give Disc 12 a bit more of a try, or, maybe just... It could also be, right? It could also just be that the way that I play Disc Launcher allows for less damage to not necessarily be a big deal for me. And the way that you play Disc Launcher, it is more important for you to deal more damage because, if you deal less damage, then it becomes a problem. Because of just like your play style, and maybe you put yourself in a slightly worse situation if you don't deal as much damage. And it really depends, and everybody's got their preferences, right? I'm not saying that Disc 16 is worse than Disc 12. I'm saying that you can very easily replace the 16 with the 12 if you don't have it. It's not a necessary addition for a high power hangar. Like, if you're willing to learn different playstyles. Anyway. I've been dying to get my hands on the Disc 16. Again, like, the only mech I'd really recommend it on is Guardian. So, I mean, if you like to use Guardian, then it's a great weapon for it, for sure. No, Sentry has the 12s, I think. I had one last month for $8. Dang. Oh yeah, that's right. I think on my punching bag alt account, I had a deal for like, it was either Disc 16 or Arc Torrent 12, or both. It was like $3. It was so cheap. It was like, wow, if I actually cared about this account, I might actually spend that, but I don't. Which mechs and weapons did you use to destroy those guys who had the Disc 16s? I used Disc 12 on Stalker. I just use my max Stalker with Disc 12s, and you know, I have a very good pilot for it. The radius is the one that you want, but yeah, I completely wiped the floor with like all of them. There was like 3 of them. Does that happen every time? For sure not. Does it happen pretty often? Yeah, definitely. So deals are different for everyone. They are. It depends on how much you've spent recently. They'll give you better deals if you haven't spent any money, or if you haven't spent any money recently anyway. 32 energy mechs are mostly slow, except Paragon Rocket Mortar 12 Duo can destroy a mech with DL 16 easily. I mean, Rocket Mortar 12 Duo can destroy most things easily, unless it has like a jump or a dash ability, let's be completely honest. Fools 504, I feel like I fought you once. Oh, you probably did. You probably did. I was in Champion League, but like I wasn't like really high up in Champion League or anything. I didn't super often face completely maxed out players, though I did sometimes. Got Disc 16 offer on my alt for $23 once. Yeah, not really worth it when it's the alt. What are we talking about? Well, I'm just mostly talking about, you know, like Disc 16, whether or not it's like it's a good weapon. It's a great weapon. I'm not trying to argue that, but I don't think it's a necessary addition. I wouldn't say like you need Disc 16 to be able to compete in high end. You could very effectively use Disc 12 and compete in high end. I think I should invest first in Shadow or Tengu till max. Oh, definitely Tengu. Definitely Tengu. In terms of light mechs are very, very expensive, and none of them are what I would consider to be meta. But Tengu is the closest one that has gotten to being meta. It is technically the best light mech. Shadow is the next best, but again, light mechs cost a stupid amount. I kind of want to try something random. What do I want to try? Have I tried VRPGs? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. It's beautiful. Okay, so I think Samsung. No. Yeti. Maybe? Maybe? Who was it? Crow? No. Wasn't you. I thought it was Yeti. Okay. So maybe it was Yeti, but I just took his implants off. I think I, Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Let me see. VRPG range. Not the best. Let's throw in... So damage and reload. I'm probably gonna want damage. The reload's decent. But I think after that, I'm actually going to do MD heal speed. I'm not gonna bother upgrading any of these. I'm just gonna leave them base level. I want the Disc 16 because I've decided that I want 2 Dream Hangars now because Tengu is going to take way too long to max. That is fair. And again, like, you could run 2 disc launcher setups in your hangar if you really wanted to, but like I wouldn't recommend it. And if you're using one, then you're probably wasting the other, which is why I'm not saying that Disc 16 isn't worth it. It's definitely worth it if, you know, you would want to use like Guardian with disc launcher. You could use Panther too. But it's not necessary. Like, it's not like the sort of thing where I would say, man, you would do a lot better if you had Disc 16s instead of Disc 12s. It's not one of those things where it's like, you know, at all costs, make sure that there is a mech with this weapon in your hangar. Like, you know, rocket mortar or railgun even. Like if somebody was using all light or medium mechs and I was to give them a hangar review, I'd be like, you know, you want a heavy mech in here and you want to put railguns on there because railguns are just like such a staple weapon for late game. It's not like that, really. It's good, but it's not quite like that. How do you fight a good player with disc 16 while using Stalker? The Stalker takes so much damage while the ability is on. Well, you have to play smart, but, you know, like, it is probably, again, like I said, it probably has to do with, you know, the fact that I'm probably just more careful when I'm using disc launcher as opposed to you are. I probably am more careful. I don't push as hard. I maybe stay back a little bit and focus more on the AoE splash damage than on just like hunting them down. I just let whatever be. But that's a usage preference, right? And I'm not necessarily saying that my way is better than your way. I'm saying that that is a usage preference. So in terms of that, I can very effectively just use the disc 12s instead of disc 16s because I'm careful. I'm not pushing into enemy fire. I'm not, taking unnecessary damage. I'm focusing mostly on like splash damage or, any advantage that I can get. Not necessarily just on raw damage without, and just trying to deal as much raw damage as I possibly can before my mech HP runs out. Now, obviously, I do that kind of playstyle when I'm using something like Arc Torrent most of the time, but, not with Disc Launcher. And that's a playstyle preference. What I'm saying is that if you're willing to learn to use that kind of playstyle, if you're willing to learn the best playstyles for different weapons, which I would consider that a better playstyle. Like I said, I would consider what I use to be a better playstyle for disc 12 than for disc 16, maybe. Because, maybe I'm not firing as much as I could if I was using disc 16, so maybe I'm not getting as much damage output as I technically could. But in terms of disc launcher 12 versus disc launcher 16, I think so long as you are willing to learn different playstyles, as long as you're willing to figure out what the best way to use a certain weapon is, the best way to make the most of what you have, you can just as easily use a 12 than a 16. Ruffles, I was in Champion League 2, my name was I'm the One Bot. I don't know if that sounds familiar or not. It has been like 3 years since I played War Robots. I'm not even gonna lie. So I genuinely don't even know. And I do remember talking to you about it, and you said that you stopped like 4 years ago. So it was a long time. My first stream hangar was Killshot with Carbines, Railgun Panther, Arc Shadow, Disc Stalker, and Shotgun Tengu. The second is Carbine Killshot, Disc Panther, Shotgun Shadow, Arc Stalker, and Rail Guardian. Interesting. I mean, you can have both, yeah. I mean, for the sake of variety, I love having Disc Launcher 16 as an option in my hangar because, yeah, even though when I'm using one, I'm not going to be using the other, but that doesn't mean that I don't switch up my hangar and use both and, make the most of both of what I have. And it is worth it for me to buy it. I wouldn't say that it's, wasn't worth it or anything. Definitely worth it, but it wasn't necessary. And I wouldn't necessarily recommend. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm not necessarily recommending that free-to-play players go to any length or means to get their hands on a Disc 16. Because they can make the most of what they have, and they can do just as well with other things. If you go against a lot of cheetahs, your Tengu's ability might not be very effective. That is kind of true, but I think in general Tengu's a better mech than Shadow. I mean, you don't want to jump on a cheetah necessarily. Obviously be careful, just like you don't want to walk inside a Zephyr ability range. Don't be careless with it. There are certain things that are better, that you're better against with the Tengu and better against with the Shadow. But I think in terms of general usefulness, Tengu is a little bit further up. Okay, I see how you think now. I'm thinking from a perspective of getting the most damage as fast as possible before the tournament time runs out. Yeah. That's not me. I am concerned only with winning the match. And, if I die, then that means that is a point for the other team. So, basically, I'm concerned with getting the highest kill-death ratio possible. And, again, it's not necessarily the better way of using Disc Launcher as a whole, but, it is an effective way to counter people who are using the other mindset. Could go the other way. I'm sure it could go the other way around too in certain situations, right? Like on closer maps, if you're prone to backing up and just kind of being careful, if it's a closer map, then you can't really do that. So the more aggressive player usually ends up winning out. My dream hangar is Killshot Missile Rack 12, Guardian Railgun 16, unless I get a better chance, or unless I get a better one to use them on. Panther Disc Launcher 16. I would swap the Railgun and the Disc Launchers. Like, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Panther is much better with Railgun. Guardian is absolutely fantastic with Disc Launcher. Just because Disc Launcher is a great weapon and Panther is a great mech does not necessarily mean that that's the best combination, right? Like, Disc Launcher is technically the best weapon, and Panther is technically the best mech, but that doesn't mean that they pair well together. The best way possible, right? Like, they definitely pair well together, but that doesn't necessarily mean that makes the best setup, Like, best mech plus best weapon does not necessarily equal best setup. And that's a lot of mistakes that a lot of people make, especially pay-to-win players. When they max out a light mech, their first response is to use a single railgun on it, right? Before Disc 16 came out, they were like, Railgun 16 on X light mech on Shadow, Railgun 16 on Shadow. Like, that's not the best Shadow build. Pairing something with the best weapon does not necessarily make it the best build, because, general, performance optimizations. It comes with different playstyles for different mechs. Stalker Arc Torrent 12 and Zephyr Shotgun 8 unless Shotgun 12. Oh, I don't think they'll add a Shotgun 12, because what they're doing is they're just making 3 different energy variants of each weapon. They added Shotgun 8 because the only 2 existing ones, well, because there were only 2 existing ones. So they added a 3rd. So that said, Shotgun 8 is not bad, though, on Zephyr. Like, even though it is only a Shotgun 8, and you could be using, like, 12 energy weapons, in terms of, like, a close-range weapon, Shotgun's probably it's still just one of the best ones, just because of, like, performance pairing, right? It pairs well with the ability of Zephyr. It's not necessarily the highest energy or most powerful weapon that you can get, the most generally powerful weapon that you can get, but it pairs well with the ability, and that makes the setup as a whole very good. Stalker and Gauss pair well? Not really. I mean, sort of. The reload time's pretty short, and the fire rate is relatively high, but also the mag size is pretty high. So while you're using your ability, you're also exposed for a decent amount of time. I wouldn't say that the weapon mechanics and the mech mechanics don't pair well, but Gauss Rifle is just such a bad weapon overall that I wouldn't recommend it as a build to anybody. You're better off using Stalker with, like, long arm 10s or 12s. My win rate in War Robots was 80%. Faced Mark II Max people a lot. Yeah. Oh no, mine was pretty good too. I actually did really well, and my favorite bot was Mercury. It was fantastic, but certain things came out. It kind of just ruined everything for me. I got sick of the meta shift. So, Cheetah Gang. What's your dream hangar, Ruffles, if you don't have one? If you had to be stuck with one hangar for the rest of your life, what would it be? That's an interesting question. It really is. I'm going to read the next two chats before answering that, because that is something that's probably going to take a long time to answer. The only weapon I'm missing is railgun. Also, I want protection while using them. That is why I chose Panther, not because it is the best. Lockdown shotguns, maybe. Well, the thing is that, just real quick before I answer Sentry, the thing is that with Disc Launcher, you have the option to shoot at people from behind cover, so you don't need additional cover. When you are sniping, yeah, you can kind of like corner shoot, stick your weapon out to the side, and just shoot from that, but you could do that just with Disc Launcher too if you really wanted to. But in terms of general sniping, you need to either be far enough away to where people aren't hitting you, or to just have some type of cover, which, you know, you can just place on your own as a Panther. With Disc Launcher, you are a lot more flexible in terms of how much how much of you is exposed at any given time. You can choose to curve your shots around cover. You could choose to do, you know, one thing, another thing. You could use the radius to get people that you can't even see. Like, it's a lot more versatile in terms of that. And so when it comes to, you know, railgun, that's why railgun's better on Panther, you know. It's kind of what I'm saying, is because railgun is technically more powerful than Disc Launcher. Like, it does more damage per shot or whatever, and just more general damage, because that's what it is. It's a sniper weapon. It's a big, heavy hitter. And being able to do that while being completely safe is just the most optimal thing that you could really have, honestly. Lockdown shotguns, maybe? In terms of war robots. Yeah, I use the lockdown shotguns a lot. Yeah. You love Mercury the Doujin team. Yep. I just like surviving it as a habit for war robots, and that's why I played FFA, and I got 20 kills without losing a single bot. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I get it, but, like, there are different play styles in Mech Arena than in war robots, so you can't necessarily play them. Well, you could, but it's not necessarily optimal to play them the same way. I just saw Honor's frustrated angry on bots of Mech Arena matchmaking. On small maps, player can still hit you with Disc Launcher even though you're behind cover when they use the vertical aiming system. Yeah. Well, you can do that with the wide aiming system too. But, okay. Oh, if they added a new type of shotgun. Ooh, lockdown shotguns, I would not like that. Not in Mech Arena, anyway. The stun freeze from Zephyr's freaking bad enough, dude. Unless it was for, like, literally 1 second, then, yeah. Anyway, Sentry, to answer your question, if I were to be stuck with a single hangar for the rest of my natural days, what would it be? That is... it's an incredibly tough question to answer. And the reason is because the mech that I like the most really just depends on the day. Right? Like, I think in general, I love using Shadow, and I've always loved using Shadow. I love using Surge, and I've always loved using Surge, but I also get frustrated at using Surge, so I like to take him out if I actually want to perform well. But I think in general, I would probably leave Surge in there. I would probably leave Surge in there, yeah. Next best thing. I am not sure. I haven't been using Ares a lot, and I've been really enjoying Juggernaut, but I think between the two, I would rather have an Ares than a Juggernaut, because the playstyle of Juggernaut is something I'm not 100% used to, and it's not something, you know, I'm not saying that I'll never do it and I'll never like it, blah, 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 or anything, you know, ridiculous like that. But currently, I have not optimized my Juggernaut playstyle just yet. So I would probably prefer Ares over Juggernaut. Probably Stalker as another one. Which is kind of like Shadow in terms of, you know, these days anyway, as kind of like a fail-safe mech where if things are going bad or if I go up against like max players, I'm going to want something that's like stupidly powerful. So probably Stalker with disc launcher 12s. Shadow with shotgun 8s. Surge. I would say Surge with missile rack because I had been saying that missile rack Surge is the best Surge that you can get. And I still believe that that is a very good one, but with Arc Torrent 12, I do feel like Arc Torrent maybe has a little bit more potential. I haven't used Missile Rack on Surge in a little while, though. And I haven't been using Missile Rack in general very often, so just in general, I have been getting, you know, not as good. I was slowly getting better at the weapon, but I'm still not like a pro with the weapon yet, right? Because I had put off using Missile Rack for such a long time because I didn't like the firing mechanics or anything. So in terms of that, like, I'm not like very good at it yet, so I can't necessarily say that one is better than the other just yet. I do really like using Tengu, and I think in terms of Tengu builds, I would much rather have a Missile Rack Tengu build than Arc Torrent Tengu build. So that would probably put Missile Racks on Tengu and then Arc Torrents on Surge. As my 5th mech, I don't know. Like, part of me thinks, like, Guardian with stasis beams, right? Because it's a lot of fun. Part of me thinks Guardian with long arms. Another part of me thinks, you know, if I'm using long arms, I should probably use disc 16s on Guardian, put the long arm 12s on Stalker. That's also another really fun build that I like. But in general, I think disc launcher works better on Stalker. I hate the mechanics of Railgun. So I definitely wouldn't be using that. I do think I would probably use Guardian, but I'm not really sure what I would use on it. Because I would definitely want a 32 energy mech to kind of complete my hangar and to make it more balanced overall, right? Something with, you know, a bit more HP. Excuse me. A bit of HP, you know, just like lots of firepower. In terms of what weapons I would use on it, I am not entirely sure. I should probably go to my inventory and just, like, kind of fact-check myself as far as what I would use. Redox was fun for a while, but honestly, he's become so unoptimal that I just don't have a lot of fun using him. He really needs a buff along with Surge, to be honest. So in terms of 32 energy mechs, I would definitely be using Guardian. In terms of weapons, really the only options are like Stasis Beam, Disc Launcher, and Railgun. I could use Long Arm 12s. And I might use Long Arm 12s, because I definitely would need a long-range build, and long arms are my favorite. Like, they're my favorite sniper weapon, and they're one of my favorite weapons overall. I have so much fun using long arms because, you know, if you're good at aiming long arms, then you're going to be doing copious amounts of damage. That plus people just don't really expect it, right? You know, these days people only use long arm because as like a filler weapon because they want railgun, right? Because railgun's just the better weapon. Everybody prefers a railgun. It's like, you know, if you play it right, you can do better with long arm. So in that regard, I am not really sure. I think overall I would probably choose disc 16 Guardian and then long arm 12 Stalker. Because even though I prefer disc 12 Stalker, I would not prefer long arm 12 Guardian. Because that would basically be that would be my, that would be my substitute for like the highest heavy hitter that I have. And even though Stalker can hit hard, it is not necessarily like a super hard heavy hitter. And, its ability allows it to hit hard, but it also takes more hits. That plus, Guardian can system crash people, and it becomes very, very useful in a lot of situations. More useful in terms of disc launcher than it is in terms of long arm. So that would probably be my hangar overall. Very lengthy explanation to a relatively simple question. But if you were to answer, if you were to ask me a week from now, I would probably say that I'd prefer Juggernaut over Ares. If you were to ask me 2 weeks from now, I'd probably say that I want Stasis Beam or, Redox in my hangar or something random. Like, but I think in general, that like ideal hangar that I just described is probably wouldn't sway too far away from that. But that depends on, what new mechs and weapons come out, how much I like them, etc., etc., etc. So many people saying so many things. I'm very sorry. Reels on Guardian, since I'll need to be far away, and since Guardian is slow, that won't be much of an issue. It's funny because I don't use Panther's Barrier for defense, but for offense. Sure, but again, like, it does come down to, what you prefer, what your playstyles are. Certain things are better if you use certain playstyles, right? I can't necessarily say that, Disc 12 is better on Stalker than Arc Torrent 12. Because if you're a lot more offensive and you like to push enemies, it also depends on like the kind of bots that you get too. If you're a lot more offensive and you push your enemies a lot, then you're better off with Arc Torrent, right? In general, I would say that Disc Launcher Stalker is the best Stalker build, purely out of, general experience from my bots, general experience from, I like to think that I use a very high variety of playstyles compared to most other people. I use a different playstyle for different mechs and for different weapons, and I do different things depending on what kind of build I'm using. And a lot of people don't necessarily do that to such an extent because they probably don't take the game as seriously as I do. So in that regard, I would say that it is generally better to put Disc Launcher on Stalker, but if you do have a specific kind of playstyle, obviously it is probably a good idea for you to use Arc Torrent. Just like I say, it is generally better to, use Panther, because Panther is the best mech, quote. Even though, if you were to have a super unique playstyle, Surge could be the best mech according to you, right? Like, according to me, Shadow's the best mech. Because with my playstyle, I can get the most out of Shadow than I can out of anything else, right? It's not because I genuinely believe that Shadow is the best mech out there. It's because with, the playstyles that I can, come up with, and the playstyles that I've accrued over time, I can get the most out of Shadow than I can out of any other mech. So, yeah, what is good, what is bad, it does depend on how you play, it does depend on what you prefer, and at the end of the day, if you just want to be weird and use something weird, then go ahead and be weird, because that's what I do. But, I do strongly believe that there are certain things that, are generally better, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it applies to everyone, right? Do you know that Juggy and Guardian speed are the same? Yeah. It shot my Shadow while my Shadow was still moving around. Yeah, Zephyrs, yeah. I've been having a big issue with Zephyrs lately, too. I think that... I'm not necessarily saying that bots are too strong. Because in an ideal game where everything is fair, again, you are averaging 1 kill per mech. I think that bots kind of spoil people and get them to believe that they should have a lot higher kill-death ratio than they necessarily would if everything was fair. But let's assume everything was fair, right? If everything was fair, then there would be a higher variety of mechs in the battlefield. I don't necessarily think that bot Zephyrs are too strong. I think they're too frequent. There should be, every single bot hangar should not be the same. You know what I'm saying? There should not be a Zephyr in every single hangar. There should be a variety. They should just, randomly pick them out of whatever, the entire mech pool and then just throw them into a hangar, and that would be the bot, right? But they don't do that. I think they're entirely too frequent, but I don't think that they're necessarily too powerful. I mean, I think Zephyr itself is too powerful of a mech, but I don't think bots are too powerful as bots. You know what I'm saying? Sorry I distracted you with that question. No worries. I saw a bot with Stalker. I don't think bots use Stalker. It was a player with a bot name, because certain players just copy bot names to make you think that they're bots. The question is why Plarium decided to make Zephyr so powerful with this update. Yeah, I mean, they made the bots powerful, but again, I don't think bot power is the issue. Zephyr power is the issue, but also just the frequency of certain mechs. If every bot had Panther would then become a huge issue, because Panther is already a big issue. You just don't see it a lot because it's not being spammed by literally every bot. The Master, hello. Hampscon, hello. Everybody, hello. I found a new Lancer build that is super fun for me. Also, it's effective for me. A single long arm 10. I am not joking you. A single long arm 12 on Lancer is one of the most fun things that you can use. I say a long arm 12 because I have it, but if you don't have it, then a long arm 10. It's not bad. It really, like you said, it's really not bad, just because, the sniper damage is pretty good. So long as you keep a distance, so long as you use, as long as you use it as a sniper and use it carefully, use it properly, then, you can get a good amount of damage out of it. You speak slow, it's kind of boring. I don't speak slow, I explain things very carefully. I don't necessarily get to the point entirely. I get that I don't necessarily end a conversation. But I like to explain why I think a certain thing that I do. If someone says, I think this thing is better than this thing, I'm going to explain to them why I think that it's a different way, or why I agree with them, or why maybe I don't agree with them, or why maybe both of our points of view are completely equal. Stalker bot with Archangel? I've never seen that either. Sounds like a bit of a stretch. I mean, Archangel is a bot pilot, but, it could also have been a hacker who got Archangel somehow, right? I know I would have heard something about it if bots had Stalkers, I'm just saying. About 1,000 A-coins from Redox. Is it really worth it, or should I just focus on upgrading? Tough choice. Oh, no, it's not really that tough of a choice. Don't get Redox. None of the legendary mechs are worth buying. They all cost way more than you're ever going to use them. Especially Surge. Surge is the most expensive mech that you could possibly buy. Redox is used sometimes in high-end, but only just for throwing rocket mortars on. So, like, people don't use it because it's good. They just use it as, like, you know, something that they can throw rocket mortars on. They don't have to max it because, you know, it has 32 max energy. So they don't have to max it out to get the 24. They can just, you know, yeet some 12 energy weapons on there and call it good. Can you do Aegis VRPG? I promise you, Redox is not worth a penny. Oh yeah, Sentry bought it. It is not worth anything. Interesting story, though. It was the first mech that I maxed out. I enjoyed it a lot, but, you know, at the end of the day, it is just not generally effective. He wrecked my whole game and he didn't appear on the recommended list. Sounds too strong to be a bot, to be completely honest. Like, I don't think they use stalkers, but, you know, maybe I'm wrong. But at the same time, bots have set hangars, you know what I'm saying? Like I was saying earlier, like, they don't just get random mechs in their hangars and then, you know, that's the bot that you face. There are set hangars that every single bot has. So unless there were 5 enemy stalkers on the other team, assuming that was all bots, then I don't think that was a bot. Speaking of players with bot names, should I change my name to Lovely Legs? I think I might try that one next to be incognito. Do it. I might forget that that's you though, so just keep that in mind. If I see that, I might ask. So by Sunday, you'll know. Are people catching on though? Are they catching on that you're not exegesis or whatever it was that you were? This event is going on is waste. Because of wasting resources, and you would not be able to get the required position, but it is a waste. I ain't gonna do it. Well then don't, yeah, for sure. I'm not gonna waste my resources on it. I wouldn't say that the event itself is a waste. I don't waste my time on the tournament, but I'm not gonna say, oh, tournament's a waste. They shouldn't have the tournament because I don't like grinding the same map for multiple hours on end just to possibly get the top spot. I think it's, you know, like, if you want to go for it, go for it. It'll probably keep happening. Like, this will probably be a recurring thing that happens, you know, every week or something like that. So, you know, if it is, I'm going to have plenty of chances to potentially get top. Eventually, people are going to stop paying their way to the top. For right now, it's just a novelty thing, right? And, you know, people are just they want top spot because that's going to make them feel nice. 2 months from now, if they keep having the playoff every week, 2 months from now, nobody's going to be spending anything on the playoff because, you know, they could just spend like half as much money and just get the end resources from the playoff anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, for now, they spend because of the novelty of it. And yes, it's going to be incredibly, incredibly hard, but I don't think the idea of it itself is a waste. I think it'll calm down. That's assuming it happens every week, though, right? And upgrades it is. Yeah, good. All right, people, which do you think is better, Redox or Paragon? Oh, let me put up a poll for that. Sentry. You don't have the ability to put up a poll on my channel, do you? Am I the only one that can do that? Because unfortunately, oh, okay. I just got a text from somebody. Unfortunately for YouTube, I can't choose like what permissions you have. For Twitch, I can be like, you know, hey, you're able to do this thing, you're able to do this thing. But for YouTube, it was just like, you know, these are the moderators. You put their name into the moderator box, and that makes them moderators. You don't decide what a moderator's able to do, which is sort of unfortunate. Obviously, you're able to moderate chat, you know, accept or decline or delete people's messages or hide them or like time them out or whatever. I don't believe I can. Okay. It is a feature that is only available on the desktop version, in case you weren't aware. I don't know if you're using mobile right now, Sentry, but you can't make a poll on the mobile version. You have to do it in the desktop version. So if you're using mobile, then if you're able to, I'm not going to. I don't want to cause you too many problems, all right? But if it's no problem, then just checking that would be interesting to know. It's no big deal. You're on mobile. Okay, yeah. It's a thing that's only desktop, so I don't know. It would be interesting to know if you were able to do that. But, you know, it wouldn't really matter if you usually use mobile anyway, then. But, you know, if you wanted to be, you'll check when you can. Okay. If you wanted to be on desktop, though, then you could make. We not good. We good? We not good. You know, you could have gotten one beacon. It would have been nice. I'm using VRPGs here. What do you want from me? Well, I know what you want from me, but come on. Go away. Oh my gosh. Paragon is stronger, faster, and cheaper than Redux. I kind of agree with that. I think Redux is more fun just because it's got, like, you know, a more unique ability. But in terms of, like, which one technically does better, yeah, it's probably Paragon. Well, not necessarily does better, but just more worth getting. Because neither of them do good. If you're talking about what does good, then you shouldn't be getting either of them, right? Oh my gosh, please stop. But yeah, it's better to just upgrade Paragon than to get a Redux. Come on. Love it. Yeah, go away. Go away. This party isn't for you. You weren't invited. I'll invite you to the next one, I promise. Do you want a party? You want a party? Yeah? Alright. He likes to party. Oh my. Somebody sniped him. Pretty sure that's what happened anyway. Because you just like instantly died. Okay. So he dropped a couple. Oh no! He did not drop a couple mines. Okay, that's dangerous. Please go away. Oh god. There was another cheetah. What was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? That's so sad. This. I actually don't think I even used this. Out of here. See, I thought, for that first cheetah anyway, that he was just going to dump his mines, like, in the first few seconds of him spawning, right? Because that's kind of normally what they do. But apparently he waited a couple seconds, and then started it. I swear some of these bots be wanting your soul. Oh, no, all of them do. All of them want all of everything, actually. I wonder if it is possible to accurately shoot with railgun while Paragon has its speed boost on and strafing left or right. Should accurately shoot as the Paragon or accurately shoot the Paragon? I'm sure both are possible. Like, it's just a matter of, you know, getting good at aiming sniper weapons and, like, very careful aim, very careful timing. In terms of whether or not it's practical, probably not. Bot's playstyle is equal to the noob aim hacker. Yeah, kinda. It's like they know where everyone is, and they're really good at shooting, but they just don't know what's going on at all. Tried it before. It's a unique experience to use snipers on Paragon. Yeah, I'm sure I've used long arm on Paragon before. If I do, I don't remember it, but I'm sure I have at some point. Probably not railgun, just because my Paragon's only got like 24 energy, so I can't imagine I would have used one. But anyway, yeah, it definitely wasn't ideal. Otherwise, I probably would have remembered it. Surge buff ability applies the electricity effect for 7 seconds and deals 7,000 damage. See, that would be interesting if it was kind of like Redux, if it had like an AoE, not AoE, but a DOT, like a slight damage over time after hitting somebody. Anybody within the radius, like, takes a small amount of damage for a few seconds. I would like that. Ghost, hello! I think they're equal, Redux and Paragon. In terms of, you know, which one's worth upgrading, it's probably Paragon, because Redux, like, you'd have to buy it for so many freaking A-coins, right? Was it hard to shoot with snipers while strafing with your Paragon on speed boost? Yeah, probably. I think that's what he's trying to say. It might only be me, but it made my aim better. I mean, maybe you're just... Yeah, I mean, like, there are certain cases where it's like you're more aware of the fact that it should be hard, so you're thus more careful. You know? And that becomes like a whole thing where it's you technically do better when it's like that because you're just being more generally careful with it. Or, you know, or maybe just the speed boost kind of gives you extra aiming correction or something. Could be. Could be. Sniping aim with Paragon is not good because it does not have the type of flex. I mean, yeah, Paragon as a sniper is not, like, ideal, but it's just an interesting question, I think. Surge price should be lower to like 3,000. Agreed. Although the price in A-coins to buy it and max it out is like literally only like 150 more than it is to buy and max out Shadow. So, fun fact. Try it now, Ruffles, long arm Paragon. Okay. What do I want? Okay, not you. I don't need multiple sniper setups in here. Paragon. This will be interesting. We lost the semifinal in the Mayhem tourney. Oh, that's unfortunate. Dang. Show us your Stalker with Disc 12 playstyle, please. Alright, fair enough. No, this is my weird one. I'll get rid of Tengu for now. Paragon with one railgun and one long arm A8, but I try to max Paragon with double rails. It's not good. It's good for disc launchers. I mean, yeah, disc launcher's just kind of an easy weapon. So in terms of like when someone's trying to figure out like a good build for something, they usually are just like, okay, I'll just slap disc launcher or I'll just slap rocket mortar on it. Because that just becomes, you know, the weapons themselves make the build a lot better than, you know, it otherwise would be. Just because, not necessarily, like, it doesn't necessarily make you, like, lazy, per se, but, I was saying the same thing about, like, lots of content creators when they use Aegis, right? A lot of times they just use Disc Launcher. I don't think anybody knows what the best mech for Aegis, or the best weapon for Aegis is, you know? Like, so they just use Disc Launcher because that's just, like, it's an obvious alternative, right? Like, I would be using that if I had a maxed out Aegis. And I even do use like a 12 and 8 combo sometimes. Like, if I want to use Aegis and I don't know what to use on it, it's probably just going to be Disc Launcher, because it's just kind of, you know, it's an easy alternative, but nobody really knows what the best weapon for it is. Okay, we gotta try this. Oh no, I was holding the button down. There was a dude behind this wall, right? Okay, I don't know where he went, but he's gone, apparently. I could move up and get a different angle further on the right, but since the game is basically just started and they're already pushing the enemy bots further into home, that means that they're going to amass and push out pretty soon. And that is something that my lonely Paragon cannot really deal with. There's a guy coming out the right. Oh, 2 of them coming out the right. Oh, 3 of them coming out the right. Oh, dang it. I misfired. Ooh. Oh, I dodged a sniper shot with that one. That's good. Okay. Now, if I was on the left side and that happened, then I would have died, but since I was on the right, it would have been fine. But you never really know which direction they're going to come out of. It's basically the reason that I was like, no, I'm not going to like push in. Like this angle, now that we've got a few of them killed. Oh my. Okay. Well, I definitely wouldn't say that it makes my aim better. It's not bad though, because just generally, you know, the speed boost isn't that much, so it's not really so much to like throw your aim off, right? Okay, I see you on the right there, or on the left there, sorry. I'll deal with you eventually. Wait your turn. Who is calling me right now? I ain't got time for that. Uh-oh. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, alright. You're gonna have to call me back later. It's probably somebody just probably spam anyway. I was gonna say somebody spamming. Like that's it's not really how you talk in terms of phone calls. Well, I didn't do as good as a bot, but I did something. Disc Launcher 16 or Rocket Mortar 16? Yeah, I tried. Was having Rocket Mortar 16. That's kind of sick. Wait, what? Rocket Mortar 16 doesn't exist, though. I'm confused. I want to hear your thoughts about the new mechanic of playoff. I think it's very similar to regular tournament. I think it's very hard to get a top spot right now because people are going to pay, you know, anybody with money and anybody willing to pay in your bracket. And there, you know, if there's 100 people in your bracket, right, there's a pretty high chance that there's somebody in there willing to pay their way to the top. The chances of there being 3 people willing to pay their way to the top, you know, to get the top 3, to get the top 3 prizes, you know, maybe not so high. But it is, you know, reasonably certain that it's going to be very, very difficult for you to get a top spot. That said, people are only going to spend a lot of money now because of the novelty of the new playoff. If this were an ongoing thing that occurs every single week, 2 months from now, people aren't going to be spending on the playoff because it's just like the tournament. It happens every week. If they get it, then they get it. Otherwise, they are wasting their money when they could just be spending like half as much money on the final resources that they get as a, you know, as a reward for getting top place anyway, right? Like, pay-to-win players are not players with infinite amounts of money. And I used Stormy as an example before, and I'll use Stormy as an example again. He is, by all accounts, as far as I'm aware, and as far as he is aware, he is the #1 player who has spent the most amount of money on a single Mech Arena account. He has basically everything maxed out. But that does not mean that he just spends all of his... He just doesn't just, like, spend thousands of dollars every time something comes out, or spend $100 on anything that requires, you know, that would cost $100. He's not just throwing away his money. He doesn't have infinite money. Just because he's willing to spend a lot in total on the game does not mean that he has, you know... No, it doesn't mean that he's got a bottomless pit of cash that he's just pulling from. Like... Super rich people don't play mobile games. People can spend a lot of money on a single mobile game, but it's usually just because, like, that's the only thing that they do. Otherwise, you know, they're spending lots of money on, like, a custom PC or this, that, and the other thing, like, you know, PS5, yeah, what, you know, whatever. People spend a lot of money on games in general. It just shows more when it's on a single mobile game. That said, I think spending will taper off. I think it'll always be difficult to get to the top, but I don't think as a free-to-play it'll ever be impossible if this is a recurring thing. You know, if this is something that goes on like 3 or 4 times and then after that they just don't do it anymore, or if, you know, or if they shut off the playoffs for several months and then reintroduce it later, then yeah, it'll probably be a pretty strictly, you know, pay-to-win type deal. Because the novelty will always kind of be there because it's new for a few weeks, and then it gets taken away, and after a few months it's reintroduced. It's, you know, it's new again, right? So if they do it that way, then you're screwed. If it's a recurring thing that's going to happen every week, then I think you're fine. But again, it's like Grandmaster. You don't get first in Grandmaster every time. Unless you know, unless you spend, like, literally all day grinding Grandmaster. You could spend literally all day grinding the playoff at some point. Not right now, because of just it's easy for people to spend, and people are willing to spend because of the novelty of it. But, you know, at some point, if the novelty ever wears off and it becomes less of a massive spending thing, then for sure you could just grind these things as well as other things. Sentry. Looks like 56% of people think that Redox is better than Paragon. Bots are again teleporting. It's disturbing. Cheetah, the so-called aim dodger. I don't get it. Damn it, Ruffles, I trusted you. Wait, what? What did I do? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I think in this event the resources at top 3, 2, and 1 are more cheaper than they are in shop. I mean, yeah, if you were to pay your way to the top, though, you're better off just buying the resources from the shop, though, right? Like, otherwise you'd have to spend like hundreds of dollars to get to the top of the leaderboard for that, because there's other people also willing to spend, right? So you'd have to spend like hundreds of dollars, whereas you could probably get all of those resources for like between $50 and $100. Love how you speak about everything. Spiky doesn't. Spiky thinks I'm slow. I appreciate it, though. Even if content creators are being more porous compared to the pay-to-wins. Interesting, I never thought Mayor spent the most. Does he spend the most? I don't think so. I know he spends money. But also, Mayor makes a reasonable amount of money from his YouTube content. And as far as I'm aware, he's trying to make it his full-time job. He spends probably at least half of his day playing Mech Arena. I'm certain. So when it comes down to it, he's basically every day he's just inadvertently grinding the playoff, which just kind of accrues over time so long as you play a lot. So I don't think Mayer necessarily spent the most in his playoff event. I'm sure there's other people who spent more than him, but I know that he does spend on the game because he enjoys the game. Again, like me, he is a pay-to-play, not a pay-to-win. I'm thinking on not playing tourneys and getting the playoff the last day. I mean, you can't wait until the last day to register, though. It automatically starts you in. As soon as you do literally anything, it starts you in, right? As soon as you play a match. As soon as you, like, you could wait till the last day, like, if you know that it's happening, you could just wait to play and just, like, take several days off the game. And you could do it that way. But I'm actually not sure what kind of bracket it would put you in. I'm not sure if it would put you against people who just started right then. I think it would, but at the same time, like, I genuinely don't know, and I don't know how it would work. It's worth trying, though. If you think it's worth trying, then absolutely go for it. I would be interested to hear the results of that. I explained how Paragon was better than Redux, yet he still lost. Look. In terms of, is this mech better than the other mech? I personally, sorry to disagree with you, Sentry, I personally believe that Redux is better than Paragon. If you were to ask me, should I max out Paragon or should I max out Redux, I would say Paragon, if you don't already have Redux. Right? If you have Redux and you have Paragon, I would say, go for Redux. Redux is generally better. If you have Paragon and you're thinking of buying Redux, then I would say don't buy Redux. It's a better idea to max Paragon, right? So you're correct in terms of that Redux is less worth investing in. But if you have it, then Redux is a better choice than Paragon in general. I wonder if I could ever be a moderator. Maybe. Mayor truly a legendary mech player? Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I want to do it, but I don't know if I could resist to not play. Yeah, like I said, like you would have to... Have you entered this one? If you haven't played for the past day or so, then you could wait. Ah, dang it. I think it scrolled. Yeah, it scrolled. Hold on. You would have to wait, like, 4 days. But you could, like, you could do that. So you can't open any crates. You can't upgrade anything. And you can't get too many A-coins. And you can't earn too much pilot XP. I mean, you could just log in for the day. Get, like, your free crate. Right? Oh, no. The steel crate. You can't even get the free crate from the shop. Because if you did, that counts as a steel crate, which is 1 point. And that'll enter you in. So yeah, you'd have to like basically not play at all and not do literally anything. Which is unfortunate. I actually should probably do this. Oh, weekly. Yay. Forgot that it finally reset. Wait, how is Redux better than Paragon? Because its ability does damage, and that's just the main part of the game at this point. You can sort of protect yourself with the ability because it slows down enemies, which can, be protection via just, escape time. Paragon's ability is technically more versatile, and you would think that it would just be generally useful, but it's really not. Because there are mechs, there are a significant number of much better mechs that are faster than Paragon is, even while it's using the speed boost. And, like, even in terms of attacker mechs, like, I'm sure, what is Paragon naturally? Like 18 kph? I actually don't know what the percentage boost of Paragon's ability is. They did change, so like maybe they changed and added the that stat in, but I don't think so. Yeah, nope. Yeah, 18 kph is what I thought. So it gets up to like maybe 25 at best. And so yeah, when it comes down to it, like yes, speed is a meta, but you wouldn't trade speed for survivability, right? Because when it comes down to it, there are weapons like Disc Launcher. It doesn't really matter how fast you're traveling, it's gonna hit you. And also, you know, like certain things happen to where you can't really be fast enough to dodge anything. Well, to dodge everything, I guess I should say. So, Redux is generally more useful. Wouldn't call it good, but it's generally more useful than Paragon. I won the last Grandmaster like August 2021, and from that I came second Grandmaster every time. Until now, even I make enough score. No player won't get it. They cross Mech Arena should be in. I don't think I've ever gotten first in Grandmaster. To be fair, I don't try that often, but you know, of the times that I have tried, yeah, like there are simply people with more time than me, and when it comes down to it, I don't mind that. I'm willing to take second and third most of the time. But, you know, I just kind of take that into consideration and be like, okay, well, I guess, you know, if I'm probably not going to get first place, then I have to take into account that I should probably not play as much, right? You know, is it still worth this amount to me if I'm probably not going to get what I'm really after? Is it still worth playing for this length of time? Is it, you know, worth this, that, the other thing? Mech Arena should be in 2 parts, like first part for pay to win and another part for free to play. Free to win. I mean, I guess. I think what they should do is make it so that paying players progress through the ranks quicker. And not necessarily through like the physical ranks, you know, like Division 8 through Division 10 through Division 1. What I mean is, you know, like, after playing for a while, you know, you slowly go up just general ranks. You start to face higher SP opponents, even when you're in Division 1. You slowly get higher squad power, you slowly start to face higher level bots, you face higher level opponents in general. I think that they should make pay to win, like, heavy spenders, I think that they should make them progress through that faster. I do think that it's good from a market standpoint to... Oh, hello. Actually, didn't realize I was streaming for this long. Or, no, you're back early. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying it's probably a good idea from, like, a market standpoint to encourage people to spend and let them get, you know, like, easy games, because it makes them feel good, you know? It makes them feel good for spending, and they're like, oh, nice, you know, I spent all this money, so now I'm super powerful, I get to crush everybody, you know, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, that doesn't happen in really high ranks, but I think that it's important for people to get that sense of, you know, satisfaction that they get from spending the money that they did. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. But I do think that they should progress through those ranks faster and get to a point where they start to face, you know, higher level opponents, as opposed to constantly crushing lower SP players and constantly, you know, dominating that and slowly progressing. I don't think that's a good idea. Have you ever fought a mortar paragon? I have, multiple times. It's actually not bad, because if you kind of get into a bad situation, then you can get out of it somewhat easily. And there's not a lot that you can do as a mortar user against people who get close, apart from just try to leave, right? So when it comes down to, like, free-to-play options for mortars, actually Paragon is not bad. Yeah, I haven't played and didn't open crates and implants. Oh, okay. Well, just so you know, it's going on for another 4 days, 11 hours. So if you want to wait like 4 days and then try that, please do tell me how that turns out, because I would love to know how that ends. HQII, I don't know why. I mean, maybe I can't either. I actually don't know. Spiky Beast. Smiling at me. Yeah. I'm usually happy with second and third place. And no, it is not. Did Ruffles answer my question? I just came back. Which question was that? Oh, if you could ever be a moderator? I mean, I'm not saying that it's never going to happen. It might not necessarily happen right now, but it's definitely a possibility. Paragoon? Yes. Alright. You know what? Actually, I want to see how many people voted on this. 15 people. Interesting. Interesting. I am going to... How do you become one? I've never been one before. I don't really have like a set rule or anything. I think most of the reason that Sentry is one right now is just because he was one for Escape. He would come to my streams. He was a very regular viewer. He always shows up. Almost always shows up, anyway. And, I like that. So he's, it's a bit of dependability. And also he just kind of naturally moderated chat and told people to shut up and stop being stupid when they were talking too much or being stupid, because that's what that's what he would do for Escape. So he was just a generally trustworthy person in my eyes. So I decided that would be a good idea. In terms of light speed, he doesn't necessarily show up a ton. Sentry. Lightspeed doesn't necessarily show up all the time, and he's not a moderator anywhere else, but he also kind of took it upon himself to talk sense into people when they were being ridiculous. So he did that more in Discord than he did like in YouTube chat, obviously. But yeah, I think at this point, I'm mostly looking for somebody who's like a regular viewer, who, they'll hide messages if people start to spam, and if people start to swear, then I don't like that either. There are a few words that I will let slide, only if someone is saying something that I want to respond to. But in general, like, please do not swear, because there are young people in here, and I don't necessarily want to be a cause of that. I know a friend who played the last day and got first position with only 6,000 points. Yeah, from what I heard, it starts when you get registered for it. It doesn't necessarily start and then everybody does it at the same time. It's like tournament, where like you put into a bracket that's determined by whenever you personally start. So, maybe really easy win there. Maybe. That could be amazing. The only problem for me is that I could never really do that because I kind of rely on being able to play this game a lot. Bye, Spiky. Love from Spiky and India. Midnight here, and I go sleep. Alright, good night, Spiky. Have a good night. This is a build I want to see in action. Can you try Surge with stasis beams? I'm pretty sure I've tried that, and that sounds like the worst thing I've ever heard of, but I love it. So absolutely. You know me too well. You know me too well. Oh, quick question, actually. Hold on. Yeah, quick question. Do you want 2 stasis beam 12s, or do you want a stasis 16 and a thermal lance 6? Because in general, when it comes to 24 energy mechs, stasis 16 thermal lance 6 sort of overperforms 2 stasis 12s, and the only reason is because the thermal lance applies the overheat and turns the 16 into a 24, and then the thermal 6 is just, you know, a little bit of extra damage, the damage that the thermal 6 itself also does, so it's technically just like slightly better. Cool, I'll try my best to be in every stream also. I've not seen Lightspeed in a long time. I mean, you don't need to be in every stream if it's not convenient for you. And it's not necessarily a prerequisite, like I said. Like, I'm mostly just looking for sensible people who know the game, able to answer, you know, certain questions. And they're able to, you know, talk sense into people and take care of people who are being unruly. Valthor, lurking? Well, I appreciate you. Hamskin, never gonna be a moderator, never gonna become one. Okay. That's alright if you don't want to. Do you have a cat? Oh, yeah, yeah. You can't hear him, like, screaming in the background? I'm moderator? Like, it's 7 channels. Good at that, I never disappointed them. Well, that's pretty impressive. I'm not a moderator on anybody's channel. But at the same time, I don't talk a lot, like, when it comes to live streams. I generally just kind of keep quiet and just watch. Okay, take a decision. I'll do that on my second account. Can't resist to play on my main. Fair enough, but if you were to get those resources, then wouldn't it do better on your main than it would on your second, right? So if you were to just take a break from your main and play for a couple days on your second account, then you could have those better, like all of those good resources you could have on your main account, right? It's a possibility, it's a possibility. Stasis 16 and Lance 6, okay. Am I a good moderator, Ruffles? I don't know. Are you a good moderator? Oh, actually, yes. Yes, you are. Just in case there was any confusion there. Oh, actually, I need to take the pilot off, too. Duh. When will I be playing Guns Up Mobile? I actually forgot that was a thing that I had written down. I'll be completely honest. I have not checked out any of the games that I've written down as of yet, because I've been spending a lot of time worrying about, like, test server and stuff, so, over the last week or so. I might have to. Also, like, I just became like an official content creator for Mech Arena, so, like, you know, I didn't necessarily want to start that off by playing a different game, you know what I'm saying? Maybe a slightly bad idea, that. Yeah, Bit, it's just meowing, yeah. Well, he meows very, very loudly. You might not be able to hear it so much, because, like, he's kind of far away. But that cat screams, and screaming is just the best word that I can, like, it's the best word that I can find to describe it, really. I don't really want that. Yeah, why not? Okay. Boom. I meant I never will get selected as a moderator. I mean, I wouldn't mind being one. I would want to, actually. I mean, that's fair. I'm not saying that you never would. Maybe. I mean, realistically, anyone who's not a regular nuisance, you know who I'm talking about. Anyone who's not a regular nuisance, I don't necessarily count them out from being a moderator. It's more just the fact that I don't necessarily need more moderators than I have, right? And I don't want to have just like an army of like 10 moderators all the time. I could, but like it's not really necessary, you know what I'm saying? But yes, I don't necessarily count anyone out as unworthy or anything. You really should. It's very fun. Plus, I don't need to grind much in the game. I only play like 2 to 3 hours, and I'm doing amazing in it. All right. Fair enough. I mean, again, like adding a game to my list really just it's not as easy as all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could take a day off Mech Arena. You could take a week off Mech Arena, and it wouldn't affect you really. And where you at? Yeah, we all know who I'm talking about. You could take a week off Mech Arena, it wouldn't really affect you. But in terms of myself, especially since I just became an official content creator, I didn't really want to start that off by playing a different game. But yeah, I've written down all of these games that you guys are suggesting. I've written them all down, and I do plan on trying all of them at some point. Ha! You just helped me out. Alright. The thermal lance mag is the only issue that I'm going to have with this. Uh-oh. Oh, actually, this guy's almost dead. He'll be fine. Alright. Nice. I took the time to get behind him purely to get onto the beacon, not necessarily because it was necessary. Just, you know, just kind of explaining my thought process was, yeah, it was just to get onto the beacon to keep somebody from spawning in and killing me while I was trying to kill that chicken. Alright. I should have used, now that I think about it, I should have used the long arm guardian, or paragon. Goodness, I can't talk. Alright, get out of here. Mines. Whew. Bots will always spawn like as soon as possible, so like if you wait 5 seconds until no bot spawns there, so long as no other bot dies, you're good to step on. But it becomes like very scary to like approach a beacon, and it's like, you know that you want to get on it, and if you don't, somebody's probably gonna die and then respawn onto it, but you've also waited too long, or like you're not fast enough to get onto it before the 5 seconds are up, so someone could very well spawn onto it. You don't know. So just like that. The feeling of anxiety is very not nice. Oh, out of here. Out of here. Oh my. Please stop. Escape has only 2 moderators, that's actually, it's usually enough for his 100+ people stream. That's true. I would, to be completely honest, I would say that Escape probably needs another moderator, though. Because one of them is usually, like, if one of them isn't, I wouldn't say one of them is usually not there, but if one of them isn't there, like, having only one person to deal with stuff is not always that easy. I think he should get a third, but you know, I don't. It's not for me to decide, and that also, I don't know who he should pick. Definitely not me, because I'm usually there late. or, you know, just happen to miss it. Like, definitely, you should definitely choose somebody, you know, who is more reliable than that. Like, I got my own stuff to deal with, and that's completely fine. Everyone wants to be moderator, I think. That's probably true. I have a question, Ruffles. Can I grind crates? Because on the test, there is no one to just play. I will not open crates. I will not play tourneys. I will not open plant crates. Hold on. Yeah, I think you're right. There isn't one just for playing. There's one for opening crate. You can grind crates, but the thing is that you need to spend acorns to refresh your combat points, because if you don't have any combat points, you're not earning any crates. I have 4,000 combat point booster. At one point, I actually had like 12,000. I cannot, like, I have not run out of these things for months, and it's fantastic, because they give it to you all the time. But anyway, yeah, you're gonna need to spend, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say a lot of acorns, because let's say you were to refresh it, like, twice a day, right? And then you play so that you then, you know, get it 3 times. You know, once for free and then twice throughout the day. Or maybe even twice for free, right? Over the course of like 4 days, that's under 700 acorns. So, you know, it's not that expensive in terms of all that. So you probably could, but I don't know exactly how far that would get you. I can't guarantee that it would get you on top. My friend had stuff to do IRL, so he quit Mech Arena for a year and gave me his account for that time. Wow. I mean, that's fine though. They just coconut mauled? I don't understand. I mean, I'll grind crates and get in the last hour they open all my crates. Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I mean, that should do well, but again, I can't guarantee that somebody else isn't going to do the same thing, so don't, like, necessarily... Don't hold me to it or anything. So I guess is what I'm saying. He has Max Guardian and Pilot. Very nice. Sounds like a win for you. To be honest, some bot names just don't make sense. Yeah, most of them don't make sense. If they're references to something, then I don't understand most of them. Yeah, I've been missing a few of his streams. Not too proud about that. I mean, if you have things to do, then you have things to do, and everybody does. Like, I shouldn't. You shouldn't necessarily expect every, like, one person to attend every single stream unless, you know, that's basically their job, right? Because they got other things that they gotta do. Other things come up. So, yeah. It's completely fine. I try to attend all of his too, but, you know, again, I miss it sometimes. Sometimes something comes up. I have like 100,000 combat point boosters, and I play a lot of CPC. Well, you know what? Maybe you're too fancy for me. The bot I meet the most is Cat Lady. Yeah, I don't pay attention to the bot names. I don't even know which ones I meet the most anymore. Like, I've grown to just ignore them. If I see a bot name, I've grown to just be like, okay, that's, you know, that's not a player, so it's just an enemy. I don't care what the name of the enemy is. It's just an enemy. Everything else he has is 4 stars. His SB is currently 3,600. It is actually a very good idea to focus on one mech and just max out one mech and one pilot. Because, like, you can very quickly outgrow, like, the progression of bots and such. And that one mech can then, you know, most often just survive and dominate the entire game. And you don't even end up dying. You don't end up even having to use your other ones. But if you do, there's still a decent power. So, you know, like one or two mechs, focusing on one or two mechs is usually a pretty good idea. In terms of myself, I just like to use different things, which is the reason why I don't, you know, just like completely max out one thing and then just, you know, take something from like rank 4 to like max level or whatever, right? And just like pile all my resources into one thing. It's because, like, you know, even while I was maxing out MD, I want to use Tengu, and I'm trying to max out Tengu because that's also a thing that I want to do. But, you know, while I'm maxing out MD, I'm also using Tengu, and I'm also using like all of these different mechs. But in general, for somebody who does not, you know, change up their hangar every 30 seconds like I do, it is a good idea to focus on like two mechs, usually Killshot and Panther. So, yeah. All right. This is ID if you want to check it. Yeah, I think we'll do hangar reviews now, I guess. It'll be fine. Oh, it's loading kind of slow. All right. Who are these people? Ah, okay. Metallic Shaba. I see. Oh, whoops, I forgot the reason that I... Oh, hold on. I actually want to grab this. I didn't realize there's a free thing in here. Meow. Okay. One solitary Bitcoin. Very nice. I'm getting to the point where like half of my shop is all stuff that I have maxed out. It's a nice issue to have, but I'm just saying. Oh, okay. For a second, I was trying to remember what the heck these event tokens were for, but no, it was just for that stupid pilot implant event. I'm not, like, I wouldn't spend on that. I have basically all the stuff that's in there anyway. I had medic sieges once I beat him. I did beat him. Well, that is a bot name, but that is also Tournament King. He also has that name so that people can't identify him. I wonder if he uses the same profile picture for like maximum stealthiness or whatever. This monthly deal isn't terrible. I'm trying to figure out like what the overall... It says 68% off, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It's probably more like 50. Yeah, it's around 50. I mean, still not really worth it for me. Okay. It's a shame, that one guy that really wanted the hangar reviews, I don't think he's here anymore. It's fine though. Darkside, what are you saying? What profanities doth you spit? Oh, he's got max XP. That's interesting. Using an RPG 2 and a stasis beam 16 on a brick house. Okay. So, I understand that you only have 2 energy left. Not only does a Thermal Lance 2 pair better with just the weapon, like the beam weapon type, but also, if you can successfully apply overheat with a Thermal Lance 2, then that's going to turn the stasis 16 into a stasis 24. So I would definitely recommend that instead of the RPG. Long Arm Juggernaut is actually not bad. Like, I've tried it. It's actually not bad. It's like a really survivable sniper. Like, people who try to counter snipe you, it does not usually work out very well for them. That said, you know, you could use other things on Juggernaut and do a little bit better in terms of like how as far as Juggernaut goes, right? But, you know, as a sniper, not bad. Same with Ares. Although Ares' shield does kind of get in the way, like, it kind of impairs your vision just a little bit. So that's the only reason I would say maybe Juggernaut's a little bit better than Ares for sniper, but otherwise they're relatively equal. Railgun Guardian. Popular choice. And very effective. Missile Wreck Kill Shot. Also very good. Mortar Panther. Not surprised. Although, if I were being completely honest, yes, you can use Rocket Mortar on Panther. And, but this goes back to what I was saying before, is like, Rocket Mortar is one of the best weapons. Put that onto one of the best mechs, therefore you get one of the best builds. It doesn't necessarily work like that. The full extent, the potential that Panther has is much higher than just a mortar spammer. Yes, Panther's ability can help you survive a little longer and spam mortars for longer and whatever. But at the end of the day, you could be doing more damage and you wouldn't be quite so situational as with mortars if you were using other weapons. Like, you know, railgun, which obviously it's not max, so you can't do that quite just yet. But generally what I'm saying is that the potential of Panther is getting sort of wasted by rocket mortars. That said, you don't really have anything else. Excuse me. You don't really have anything else that can carry double mortar 12s. So, as of right now, assuming this was all of the mechs and all of the weapons that you had available to you, right? Just assuming that's the case, then that is probably your best option, right? Because you know, you clearly can't put 2 of them on any of these other mechs except for Guardian without wasting extra, you know, energy from that. Plus, you'd only be able to use 1 railgun on Panther, blah 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 blah. So this is the best setup that you can get, given the, you know, mechs and weapons that are here. But mortar is not ideal for Panther, really. I haven't touched his hangar yet. This is his hangar. This is his setup. I see. Well, feel free to either direct him to this or, you know, let him know what I have to say. Unless he doesn't want my opinion, then feel free to not tell him. Dark Side, wow, that monthly deal looking nice for Rebels. This monthly deal is absolute garbage. I mean, I didn't say that, really. It's 50% off, and I would consider anything that's 50% off in the game to be a relatively good deal. But when it comes to specifically A-Coins, as a partner of Mech Arena now, I actually get a monthly A-Coin bonus, so I don't have very much incentive to buy them anymore. And I don't really plan to. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, yeah, it is a good deal. And I would say anybody who's willing to spend any kind of money, then that is something worth considering. Although, you know, maybe $25 is a little bit steep for some people. $5 to $10 is usually what I recommend. Just getting that $5 deal that comes up every 3 days is perfectly fine. And it's technically like 75% off, right? Or something. Yeah, but I get those monthly deals once in a while. They keep me fed for some time. Yeah. Yeah. Same. I used to, but I don't plan to anymore, but that's purely because I'm getting acorns from somewhere else, and that's really the only reason. Otherwise, I would, for sure. Can you do an implant review for me? Oh, implant review. Fair enough. Okay. Okay. Check his implants. Oh, yeah, probably true. Okay, so he's got a radius, that's pretty good, but he also doesn't have anything on this one. So, like, rare ability cooldown, ability duration, rare mortar damage, like those are easy implants to find, and I'm pretty sure you can find all of those just in the shop for, you know, a few thousand credits. Definitely worth getting, and should not leave a slot open basically ever. Same deal here. Mech ability damage, mech ability cooldown, ability duration, like literally anything that would do anything, even if it's just a tiny 2%, doesn't matter. It's still doing something for you, and it's better than nothing. These are both decent. I would say the railgun reload is one of the most important implants for railgun. So, from the looks of things, you were saying that something came up, and he gave it to you. So what it looks like to me is that he had to stop when pilots were fairly new. And he got some things upgraded and some things leveled up, and he got some implants, but he didn't get very many. And that's probably the reason why he has some empty slots. It's probably the reason why he doesn't have, you know, certain better implants. It's probably the reason why he doesn't seem to have any legendary implants at all. Like, he's got a pulse cannon mag and an RPG. Like, doesn't do anything. Neither of those do anything. He's just got them on there. The RPG radius would have been better on this one than the freaking the freaking Juggernaut. At least it would have affected the RPG too. But yeah, like, it looks to me. Oh, he just quit today. Wow. Has he been playing regularly though? Like, how could you not have gotten any better implants? I mean, you could have just been really, really unlucky, but I've gotten a decent number of pretty good implants just from the free crate that I get every day, you know? And then if I see it in the shop, like, I can always just spend a couple thousand credits getting some random rare implant, you know, that I know that I could use. But I think in terms of that, it looks like he's avoiding spending any credits on the implants in the shop, or acorns, but, you know, in general, it's not really usually worth spending any acorns on, like, epic or legendary ones in the shop. But, yeah, it looks like he's just avoiding that, and then the only way that he gets them is from the free crate. I really think that you should start buying some from the shop, because he could really use it. Look at his railgun damage, that's crazy. Yeah, he's got a max 23% railgun damage. So weapon damage of 17, sniper weapon damage of 12, so it's another like 30%. So like 52% extra damage. That's pretty nice, it's pretty nice. It's good, but like you really got to focus a lot on pilots and not just like on the mechs and the weapons. Like, pilots are a huge part of the game now. And the brick house with Aegis with disc launcher 12s. Wait, what? The hangar is almost my dream hangar. Just switch the kill shot for a Lancer and the Juggernaut for a Zephyr with a missile rack 12s. And the brick house with Aegis with disc launcher 16s. So the only thing that's the same is the Panther and the Guardian is what you're saying. It looks like most of it's not. It looks like most of it's different, Hamscon. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Alright. So let's check. I think Darkside said that he wanted, Am I friends with Darkside? Darkside, am I friends with you? I don't remember. I think so. Dark Void, here we go. Ah, that's right. I remember you got the disc 16. Very, very nice. Okay. So these are all very, very good setups, and I wouldn't necessarily recommend changing any of them. I do know, though, that you said you wanted the implants specifically. Okay, so those are very good. Although, if you have missile rack reload, I would prioritize that over damage for sure. Both of these are good. The long arm reload, long arm damage also very nice. The reload is obviously the more important of the two, just because it's the weakest point of long arm. Ability cooldown, you only have it at level 2, so that's good. Don't necessarily want to level that up too much, because it's only a rare one. Both of these are very good. You don't necessarily, like... the reload implant exists, but you don't necessarily need it for Disc Launcher to be, like, good, you know what I'm saying? It already has a very good reload speed. So I would say that damage and radius are probably the better two. Range, you have gone basically all in on range, and that's good. You definitely want to do that. Damage is like a secondary, and you have it at level 3. I would stop there. This is the Stalker Resilience, right? So you take 10% less damage, so you're only taking 15% extra damage. When it comes to Stalker specific implants, there are a lot of them, and there are a lot of them that, and they all sound like they, you know, would do really well, and they should theoretically do pretty well. But they're Stalker specific, and they're really not fantastic, if you know what I'm saying. Like, you're probably better off using like Arc Torrent mag size if you had an epic one. If you don't, then, you know, it's probably better to, you know, use the Stalker Resilience, because it's, you know, it's a higher tier, and you shouldn't upgrade a rare implant very much unless it's like, you know, the Arc Torrent range or something similar, where you can just get a lot from it. But, like, especially in terms of mech specific implants, a lot of people, they build their hangars something like this, right? And they build their hangar, and then, you know, I ask them, you know, what do you want your hangar to look like at, like, the end of the day? Like, what is your ideal hangar? And they say something around the lines of, oh, well, I want, you know, missile rack 12 on Zephyr, and then I want, like, you know, discs, railguns on Panther, disc 16s on Guardian, something like that. And those are all, like, very good builds, but at the same time, if you are building a pilot with kill shot damage radius on your missile pilot, then by the time you switch it over, you're going to have to take that implant off. You're going to have to, you know, switch it around. You're going to have to mix and match all of your least favorite things in all of your favorite ways. And it's just going to be a general pain for you, especially as you progress and as you slowly build towards the thing that you want. Now, maybe Arc Torrent Stalker is your end goal in terms of Stalker, and that's fine. But if it isn't, then I would for sure recommend that you take that Stalker Resilience implant off and not invest any more implant parts into it. Because not only is it going to be expensive to put on, but, you know, it's also going to be expensive to take off. So ability duration and shotgun range, both very good implants for Zephyr and shotgun. Very nice. And that is comedy. Yeah, we're friends. Yeah, I saw you. Two 1709879. You're welcome, Darkside. Alright, let's look at HQII. So, Arc Torrent Juggernaut. Probably the best Juggernaut build. Definitely good. For Juggernaut, anyway. Wouldn't necessarily say, like, Juggernaut's top build or anything, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Missile Rack Zephyr, definitely one of the best Zephyrs. Mortar Kill Shot. Lots of people using Mortar on the Kill Shot, but you're really kind of wasting the potential of Kill Shot, if I'm being completely honest. Because, I mean, you only do have 12 energy capacity. If you had 16, then I would suggest that you put the disc launchers onto Kill Shot. You know, once you rank up Kill Shot again, and you get 16 energy, that is what I would do. Put the disc launchers onto Kill Shot. Put the rocket mortar, you know, even if it's just one, like a rocket mortar 12 and a rocket mortar 8 or something like that, you know, put the rocket mortars onto Guardian. And the reason for this is because Killshot is an overall more useful mech than Guardian. There are more situations where you would say Killshot would be better for this than you would say Guardian would be better for this. Guardian is in the top 5 meta, but it's at number 5, I believe. My personal opinion. I say I believe, not as like I think. I say I believe as like that's my personal opinion. From my experience, I should say. And disc launcher Killshot is just like one of the best. It's kind of just the best Killshot build. But what I'm saying is that you'll get more general usefulness because Guardian is, although very, very useful, generally less useful than a Killshot by a small amount. So that is really the only thing that I would really change. Long Arm Panther is pretty darn good. And I mean, I should also point out that Disc Launcher Guardian is also very good. Like these are all good builds, and Mortar Killshot is a very popular build, but I wouldn't necessarily say that you're getting the most out of your hangar. Well, you're getting the most out of your hangar now because Killshot only has 12 energy. But if you're to have 16 energy, it's worth trying. You got ability damage and mortar damage. If you get I wouldn't upgrade the mortar damage anymore because that's just a rare implant. It's really not going to do a lot for you. If you get mortar radius, you definitely want that instead. Game is going very slowly. I don't think they'll ever put in a weapon with more energy consumption than 16. Everything has to fit on everything. Yeah, exactly. You know, maybe they'll make mechs with higher energy than that. I don't necessarily think they will, though. But it's not something that I can guarantee will never happen, right? The natural progression of games, just in general, if you expect, you know, if you want a game to not be boring, then it's got to be, they have to update it, they have to change it, they have to keep it interesting. And if at some point it gets to a point where there's just too much variety and there's just, you know, it's not fun because even though there's a lot of weapon variety, there's really not a lot of, you know, the range of mechs goes from, 16 to 32 in terms of max energies. So, maybe at some point they'll do that for the sake of keeping the game more interesting. Anyway, Missile Rack, those are good implants for Missile Rack. Chester, those are pretty good implants. I wouldn't definitely would not upgrade the damage one. In fact, I would leave that at like 3, and then just keep cranking the range. That's the one that you really want. Sorry, Sniper, I can't right now. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I did a southern accent for that. Anyway, damage radius, the rare one is decent, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like the best. I would leave it at level 4. Level 4 is pretty good. Ability duration and long arm damage. You have an empty slot here, so, you know, if you could fill that with literally anything, you're better off than if you just did nothing. You don't even have to upgrade it, right? You could just leave it at level 1. And it won't cost you anything to put it on, it won't cost you anything to take it off. Right? Win-win. But if you can find a long arm reload, that would really do you a lot of good. Okay, who is next? I love one-tap sniping people with my killshot build. I mean, you can do that by just hitting the ability button though, right? I know you've checked my hangar 2 times, but I've switched almost all my implants around. Check those. Okay, well, I will check other people first, Bad Nightmares. If I've already checked you, then, you know, maybe at the end of, maybe after I've done everybody else, if I feel like doing another one, or if I have time for another one, then sure, I'll do you again. But otherwise, I kind of want to just kind of move on. You know the gist of what I'm trying to say. I like to explain why I'm saying, you know, this thing is better than this thing, or I would do this thing as opposed to this thing. The reason I explain it is so that you, as you know, as you're watching, you don't have to get me to necessarily review your hangar. You can listen to what I'm saying, and you can use the same logic to apply to your hangar for future reference at any point in time, right? Just because, you know, of the thought process, not necessarily so much the physical things that I'm saying. Gab, hello again. Can't wait to maybe do Paragon Blockade. Oh no, not today, Gab. Oh, you're alt. Okay. 3724. I'm not doing customs today. That's a Sunday thing. Optimus alt. Not sure why you created an alt if, like, you know, your first one isn't... Like, I can understand if, like, your first one's, like, in Div 1, you got, like, most things maxed out. But, like, I'm not trying to, like... Not saying anything about, you know, about your hangar power. All I'm saying is that, like, you should probably just focus on a single hangar. And you'd end up doing better with that single hangar, as opposed to just having 2 starter ones. Although, I guess being able to play around with random things like this could be interesting, right? So, okay, where to start? Long arm shotgun pairing is not ideal. You would be better off, because you got 12 energy, right? Yeah, you'd be better off just using, like... Okay, yeah. Here's what we do. 2 Jav 6s on Paragon. That's 12 energy. 2 Shotgun 4s on Killshot. That's 8 energy. You're optimizing Paragon. Paragon's not fantastic, but it's able to get places, right? And that makes Javelin Rack on it relatively useful. Killshot gets up in people's faces. That means that Shotgun is going to be fairly useful for it. A lot of people start off with Javelin Rack Killshot, so, you know, potentially running into other players with Jav Killshot could be an issue, but it's not necessary at all. And Shotgun just generally pairs better with the mech itself. Missile Wreck Arachnos, I mean, in terms of a starting hangar Arachnos is going to be your top mech for a while. So I wouldn't mind. I don't mind that. That's not bad. 12 energy, a long arm 10, and a thermal lance 2. I mean, it's probably better to put on the thermal lance 2 than to just have a single long arm 10, just kind of just kind of chilling there, doing nothing. I've explained before the reasons as to why a beam weapon paired with a sniper weapon could cause you to do potentially worse. But I think all things considered, most people don't run into those kinds of issues so often, especially not early game. Because you're not going up against like really crazy opponents or anything like any kind of like weird variety that you would get later. So I would say that, you know, that's not terrible. It's not terrible. In terms of pilots, you got artillery pilot for some reason. If you were to buy a pilot, I'm not sure why you didn't just buy the Samson as opposed to Spark, but okay. Red is a free one. If you have long arm range on it, you may as well just put that pilot on the Panther, because, you know, it's not doing anything specific for your kill shot really. All you're getting is just the base HP and damage from the Red as a pilot. So unless you're going to move it, I would really just say take off the implant and put on something else, because it's not doing anything for you. As long as you, I mean, like, just taking off the implant gets you a few extra implant parts back, right? So that'd be more than you started with, but it'd still be just as useful. Mech Arena Miracle. I don't believe I have reviewed your hangar before. Near max XP. Very, very nice. Took me a long time to get there too. Max kill shot with missile rack. It's a very good build for that. Disc launcher Stalker, also very good build. I see you using Asami for your disc launchers and your shotguns and your Stalker. Oh my goodness. I mean, unless you're like in the middle of like kind of figuring out what weapons you want, because very likely if you do have Shotgun 8, then you probably switch out Disc Launcher 8 with Shotgun 8 every now and again, because you're already using a Disc Launcher build, right? So you probably just kind of like mix match it every so often depending on what you feel like doing. And that's fair, but you probably want to decide on one. I would probably say shotguns. Shotgun 8 is a very, very, very powerful weapon right now. And you also, you know, you already have a disc launcher. You already have a disc launcher build in your hangar. You already have a disc launcher pilot, and I wouldn't recommend doubling down on disc launcher. So yeah, G-Lock is honestly, G-Lock is just so common as like the first pilot for people to max. It was the first one for me to max too, which, you know, kind of makes me sad because I feel like I should have maxed something else first, but it was the first one I maxed out. Very, very good Ares build though. I see a lot of people rocking this late game, and it shreds people. Mortar Javelin. I mean, in terms of brick house builds, it's not the worst. I think the best brick house build is long arm 10, long arm 8. You know, in terms of like a rank 5 brick house. I think long arms work very well on brick house. That said, you know, you probably do want a mortar build in your hangar in late game. You know, it's not a bad idea. And even though it's got kind of low rank weapons, slightly lower rank mech, brick house is just kind of generally not the best to use, so it probably sort of underperforms, but I understand where you're going with this, and this isn't a bad idea. That said, using a Rocket Mortar 12 and a Javelin Rack 6, Javelin Rack 6 is kind of just the best alternative that you can get because you can't equip another Rocket Mortar, so I would not say that that's bad. You do have Arc Torrent implants on here, though, and I'm confused about that. More all legendary Arc Torrent range. I'm so jealous. Although, to be completely honest, so hold on. Look at this. The max level of Arc Torrent range from a rare pilot, or from a rare implant, is 54. The max buff. The max buff from a legendary range implant is 66. You get a 12% damage, or not damage, what am I talking about? Range increase, which 12% of like 40 meters is like 4 meters, possibly 5. I think it's the better part of 5. So if I were to get, at this point, I'm not necessarily saying that it's a waste for you. This is more for reference for anybody who doesn't have the legendary range implant, right? If I were to get, personally, the legendary range implant now, it would cost a lot more implant parts to level up a legendary implant than the extra 5 meters is even worth to me. Because that's 5 meters more distance, and it's not worth that many implant parts. So if you have the rare one, just go with the rare one. Like, I would not even worry about like the legendary one. Obviously, the legendary one's better, but it costs so much more that, in my opinion, it's not really worth it. So missile wreck, reload, and missile wreck damage, both very good. Definitely want to focus on the reload first. Also, you have an empty slot in here that I would recommend filling that with just rare ability, cooldown, damage, whatever. Anything that would do literally anything would do more than nothing, right? I already talked about that. These are all very good. These are all very good. Almost all of the best implants. You do have your rare damage implant at level 5, and I would personally stop at level 4, because the jump in cost from level 3 to level 4 is not too much. The jump from cost from level 4 to level 5 is huge, and the jump from cost to level 5 to level 6 is even larger. But the percentage buff that you get from each level is the same. So I always recommend people to stop at level 4 maximum. And do not waste any more implant parts on that. Just leave it at level 4 at most, and then just wait until you get either an epic or a legendary damage implant to replace it. Other than that, very solid. Miracle, I already did yours, sorry. I was not paying attention to chat. Where was I? Okay. What about mechs with more than 2 weapon slots with more energy, or in general? I would love to see mechs with 4 weapon slots, but with the same energy capacity. Because let's say you have 24 max energy, but you have 4 weapon slots. Yes, you could use 2 12 energy weapons, but you could also use 4 6 energy weapons. And that would just be... it would be a cause to use some of the low tier weapons that you don't have high energy variants of, and thus are just never used. Like regular RPGs, plasma cannons, thermal lance. Like, those are weapons that you never really use late game because there's no real place for them. So, in terms of that, I would actually love to see mechs with more than 2 weapon slots. But not with more energy, that would be a nightmare. In 1 year, I will know for sure what that means. Is it revisit me? I don't know what you mean. Most of the time, I don't need to use my ability because I like torturing people with that. The custom matches stream idea that I have is auto 2 and 4 on attacker mechs only. See, that could be interesting. But then it would basically just be a Panther. It would just be a Panther war, right? You know, because Panther's just the best attacker mech, so everybody's going to use Panther, obviously, and it's also just going to be their highest level attacker mech, because it always is. Unless you're really low rank, then it's probably Arachnos. But in general, it's just going to be a Panther. It's just going to be a Panther thing. At which point, I may as well just say Panther with autocannons. Because if everybody spawns a Panther and you're using autocannons, nobody's going to die. Like, maybe one person's going to die. Like, you're never going to, like, actually... There's basically never going to be a situation where you're in need to spawn another mech. Like, you're not dying. Not only do you have an ability to protect yourself, but autocannons are garbage. But that's an interesting idea, and I would like to try that maybe on different types of mechs. You know? I like to try to avoid, like I said last time, RPGs, right? And the reason I was willing to use RPGs for that sort of thing was because the 6 energy variants, right? And if somebody was so relatively low level and multiple people were using 6 energy RPGs, then, you know, it's a decent amount of firepower, but not a lot. Yo, man, I'm hungry, dude. No, he's got food. He's always got food. He just likes to scream at me. Lancer is an attacker, right? Yeah, sure. Really? Scouts exist? Never realized. No. Hamscon. Don't be confused. Scouts don't exist. Attacker means kill shot. You know this. Also, light mech, that means kill shot. Also, heavy mech also means kill shot. Kill shot is everything. Thanks for reading my hangar list to make Mech Arena videos to be part of the content creators. Very, very nice. I will check out. I will take a look at your channel real quick. Hold on. Oh, you got the top 3 player? That's interesting. Very nice. Alright. I think that's everybody. I'm pretty sure I haven't forgotten anybody. So, later before I go, how would I know when you will be doing a Guns Up mobile stream? I would join 100%. Oh, in terms of like a guaranteed thing, I'm actually not sure, because what I like to do is I like to try, I like to, download it, try it, play it for a few hours, and then, do something about it, so that I actually know what I'm talking about, at least a little bit. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll shoot for next Wednesday. How about that? I will shoot for next Wednesday. I cannot guarantee that it'll happen, but you'll know more as it gets closer to that date. What I might try to do is like every other Wednesday stream and just make that just like a random game that somebody suggests, right? I should try that. Oh, Hamscon, I didn't do you. Did you put your ID in? I don't think you did. Well, until now. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe you did. Also, anybody here who was not aware, I uploaded this morning my first official Mech Arena giveaway video for 3 long-arm 12 event tokens. If you win, there's only gonna be one winner, and the winner's gonna be chosen tomorrow at 8 a.m. my time, EST. So if you want to do that, go ahead and check that out and comment the correct thing. I've had a lot of people who are commenting the wrong thing. I want you to come up with a new name for a new weapon, a new sniper weapon. But a lot of people are saying, Railgun 12. It's like, no, Railgun's already a thing. By tacking a 12 instead of a 16 does not make it a new weapon. That makes it a new energy variant of an existing weapon. And that's not the same thing, and it's not what I'm looking for. Long story short, if your comment got a heart from me, then you're good to go, and you qualify, and there's nothing more that you need to do. Otherwise, I either haven't seen it, or I, have commented and said, you don't qualify, I'm going to need you to, edit your comment to say a certain thing. And I am going to need you to edit the comment, and not just comment again. Well, you could comment again on the video, but you can't comment, you can't just reply to my reply with, the thing that I'm looking for. I want it all in one comment, Otherwise, it's just going to become a nightmare. All right. Red disc launcher radius and ability cooldown. In lower ranks, I could actually see this being pretty useful. But again, once long-term, Brickhouse is not worth investing in, which is the reason that I tell people not to get it. It's not because by the time they unlock it, or, early game, it's garbage, and it's always garbage, and it'll always be garbage. No. It's just because it is not a long-term investment that you really want to make. That's it. Neither is Lancer, really, but, we already know how Ham's gun is. He loves this Lancer. Have you not been... Oh... You're not doing the long arm Lancer? I actually personally really like long arm Lancer too, to be completely honest with you. Missile Rack Zephyr is very, very good. Long arm Panther is also very, very good, as is Rocket Mortar just in general. The Guardian doesn't have much to do with it because, all you have to do is stand there, so... The mech that you slap it on doesn't make too much of a difference, but Guardian is a very good mech, so. Most credit build? Oh yeah, because Disc Launcher 8 costs a lot of credits. Brickhouse costs a lot of credits. That's true, that's true. That is is one of the highest credit costing builds that you can get. It's kind of funny. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so range of damage. Damage and ability cooldown. See, the thing is that even if your ability comes back really quickly, your weapons do not come back online very quickly. So you want to get Missile Rack Reload before you focus too much on damage. Because the reload is the weakest part of Missile Rack, right? It does a lot of damage. It just does not reload very fast at all. You got a Gauss Rifle implant on here. I would just replace that with anything that would do you more than nothing, as you do. Same thing with this empty slot here, although that radius implant's pretty good. If you have it, and it would, affect your build in literally any way, then it's probably worth putting on, as opposed to something that's not doing anything for you. You don't necessarily have to upgrade it or anything, right? You can just let it sit there at level 1, and it's not going to cost you to take it off and replace it with something better later, right? Because obviously you don't necessarily want to fully invest on just anything that works. Bossy Mech Arena. 2571. 2794. Bossy. I got you, Bossy. Hold on. That is the anything else. Oh, okay. I mean, if it's not doing anything, you may as well not even put it on. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's... I understand. If it's empty, then it's probably because you physically don't have an implant that you could use. But there, I have to say it because there are some people who have implants, but they don't put them on because, they're not good ones or they're not specific ones that they're looking for. They just throw on something random and they upgrade it because they, I don't know, either don't understand exactly how it works or whatever. So I'm just kind of covering all bases. So the missile rack damage, I would not upgrade any further than that, but otherwise this is pretty good. If you end up getting a missile rack reload, you obviously want to put that on instead of the damage. The ability cooldown is a good one to have though, so I wouldn't necessarily take that off or anything. Oh, legendary radius. Definitely want to focus on that over the rare damage, because the rare damage only maxes out at like 12%, and you would immediately swap it out for like an epic or legendary one if you ever got one, both of which exist. So I wouldn't upgrade it any more than that. I would focus on the legendary one. Those are both pretty good. Again, I would keep them at level 4 and just not upgrade them any more than that until you get like better implants to replace them with, because they do decent amount, but it would cost way too much to upgrade them any more than that. Way more than the percentage amount that you get in return anyway. This is a different story. The Arc Torrent range implant. It maxes out at 12% less than a legendary one. So this gets you at 54%. A legendary one gets you to 66%, which is like literally a 5-meter difference. So when it comes down to it, if you have both implants, it's probably a better idea to just upgrade and max out the Arc Torrent range, the rare one, as opposed to the legendary one, because the legendary one's going to cost you at least twice as much. Actually, I think it costs you exactly twice as much per upgrade. Every upgrade costs exactly twice as much as the rare one. So you can save a lot of implant parts, and your range is like literally 5 meters less than it otherwise would be, which is no issue at all. You can take a couple steps in that direction and that'll make up for that difference. Like, that doesn't even matter. Javelin rack, kill shot radius. So kill shot shouldn't have a radius. I don't know how many times I should ever have to explain why kill shot shouldn't even have a damage radius, but it does. That said, the radius implant is a good one to have because, damage radius is just a generally good thing in the game right now. In terms of your builds, Javelin Rack is very popular. It's also probably your best option in terms of 12 energy mech. Except for maybe 2 Arc 6s, worth a shot, but you only have, you have a 16 energy for Guardian, and then, what would you put on Guardian? You could put, disc launchers on Guardian, which are also very good, but they're also very good on Ares, and comes a whole mess that isn't necessarily worth. But anyway, yes, that's good. This is also good. If you can get up close with this ends up becoming, like, kind of terrifying to go up against, to be completely honest. Disc launcher Ares is very good. Mortar Panther. Once again, like, Panther is technically the best mech in the game. And using said mech to wield the weapons that literally don't require you to ever move is a massive waste of just general hangar potential. So if you could throw these mortars on like literally anything else, I would probably do that. I don't think that you probably, I doubt that you have that, that energy capacity on anything else. So for now, it's probably best sitting on Panther, but I would not recommend keeping them on Panther. What you could do is you could put long arms on Guardian, because, I mean, first off, you already have the Torchlight Pilot. But secondly, you could put the Arc 6s onto Killshot. And then once you rank up Killshot to 16 energy, then you can put a 10 into 6 on Killshot. And that's significantly better than Javelin Rack, I think. Also, you don't have a sniper build, so, you know, it's usually a good idea to have a sniper build. That said, this in general is pretty good. You know, like, you have this as a long range. You don't necessarily need a sniper build, but it does make for a more balanced hangar. And there are, you know, some maps and some situations where it is significantly better to have a sniper than, you know, basically anything else. So, worth considering, at least, especially while your implants, I mean, these implants are not very low level, but, like, especially before you get, like, really expensive implants and have to do that. Obviously, you'd be kind of wasting this dash radius implant if you put arcs onto Killshot, because then you'd want the range on there, blah, 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 blah. It'd be a lot of implant mixing around, which is why I highly recommend people not to, like, really invest in implants if it is for a build that they don't intend to keep. Because you probably don't. Like, if you had a maxed out Killshot, you wouldn't be running Javelin Rack 8s on it. You'd be running something else on it, right? So this is clearly not something that you intend to keep. So at some point you're going to need to, at some point, probably soon, like once you get it to 16 energy, you'll probably take the Javelin Racks off. And you're ready to rank it up now, right? So I would really recommend not fixing your pilots to be too specific to a certain mech and to a certain weapon. You know? Like Crow has the Killshot dash radius. If it had... If the Javelin Rack damage was replaced with, like, let's say, Killshot dash distance, then that is a, you know, Killshot specific pilot, and you could use that with any weapons that you have on here. If it was Javelin Rack damage and Javelin Rack range, let's say, then that's a Javelin Rack specific pilot, and you could swap that pilot on, put that onto Guardian, or if you wanted to use Javelin Rack on Guardian, or literally anything else that you randomly decided you wanted to try Javelin Rack on. But with the implants that you have, it is specific to only Killshot and only Javelin Rack, so you can't swap it out after you rank it up very easily, unless, you know, unless you wait for like a 90% off implant removal discount, which I would do, by the way, because otherwise it gets very expensive. That's what I did. I waited for like a month to swap around some of my pilots. And they just had one recently, so I genuinely have no idea when it's going to happen again. Overall though, for the point you are in the game, that is a solid hangar. But I would just encourage you to think slightly more about the future that you want for the hangar, and not necessarily tie yourself down to a specific mech and weapon if you plan on replacing said mech or weapon in the future, you know what I'm saying? Because again, pilots can get expensive. Let me check something real quick. I know I went on to MD, but that was not the one that I wanted to do. Implants, remove, okay, yeah, the implant discount is gone, which is unfortunate. It was there yesterday or the day before, but very, very recently. You like just missed it. Otherwise, I would recommend you just do it now. Who has that evil implant, the legendary mortar one? Yeah. Have you checked my hangar yet? It's something to do, so I don't know. I have not checked your hangar again yet, Bad Nightmares. I guess I can. I think I've finished everybody else. Ruffles won't play with me in Sentry later. Depends on how much later, Darkside. Thanks for the review, bro. No problem, bossy. Javelin Rack Pilot. Yeah. I mean, it's classic, and it's a good build for early game. I'm not saying that it's not a good build for early game. It really, really is. But, you know, that's like saying, you know, you should, like, Arachnos is really good for early game, right? Because you get it, and it's so much more powerful than anything else that you have at the time. So, but that doesn't mean that, you know, you should double down on your Arachnos, upgrade your Arachnos, you know, put a pilot with Arachnos-specific implants on it. That would be a bad idea, because you know that Arachnos does not stay good for the entire time, and you will have to replace it, so it'll end up costing you a lot. Now, when you'll have to replace it is also something to consider, you know? Like, you shouldn't necessarily... Now, let's say I wanted to use, like, go to inventory. Now, let's say I wanted to use, like, missile rack 12s on Zephyr, right? But I use Arc Torrents on Zephyr for the time being. Arachnos is trash now. It's great early game. It is one of your best mechs early game. It's just as you progress. Yes, at the point that you are in the game, you don't want to be using Arachnos, and it's good that you kind of put it aside, because it becomes pretty bad. But basically, what I'm saying is, like, if when I max Zephyr, I want to be using, like, missile rack 12s, but I'm using missile rack 12s on, let's say, you know, an attacker mech like Guardian. That does not mean that I shouldn't, you know, I shouldn't set up a good Arc Torrent build for Zephyr, right? Like, let's say I'm using Arc Torrents on Zephyr right now. And, you know, I'll continue to use Arc Torrents on Zephyr until I max him out. But I'm a long way from maxing him out, right? So I don't necessarily have to worry about that just yet. And that's what I'm saying, is that you don't have to necessarily worry about what you want when you have a completely max hangar. You just have to worry about, you know, what's going to happen very, you know, relatively soon, and what the next few steps are for you. Let me participate in the long arm thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, make sure you do that. What was the best time for you to see if Centric can make it? Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Probably like 6, 7 o'clock, so like 2-3 hours from now. Just DM me on Discord, and it should be fine. Like, when you're planning to do it. And make sure, please DM me and don't just tag me in my server, because I don't get, like, audio notified if I just get tagged in Discord, because otherwise I just get constant notifications. So it shows up on my phone, but, like, if I'm not checking my phone at the time, I won't know. I have my phone next to me, so if it, you know, if I hear my notification sound, then I know that something important happened. So please just DM me on Discord whenever you decide to do it. But in general, I should be good for most any time. Just check the implants, don't worry about the hangar. He always end will forever be trash. You're gonna be heading home now, Dark Side? Alright. Even if they buffed his ability damage by 150%, Arachnos would still be trash. This is very likely true, yeah. I do hope that they give him a buff, but I genuinely don't know what they could do to him. Besides, like, speed. Like, if he was faster, I feel like he wouldn't be that bad, because... But, like, you know, 14 kph is honestly what makes Brickhouse bad, too. To be completely honest, it's just, like, it's so slow. It's impossible to get him into anything, let alone get him out of any situation. You know? So, yeah, it's just... I mean, the ability damage is not good. The ability is definitely not good. If they buffed it by 100%, then it... Actually, I think it could be decent. Because the ability damage is actually the same damage that Redox does, and Redox damage is not bad. The problem is that when Redox uses his ability, it guarantees that full amount of damage on everyone who is within the radius. For the turret, it only fires at one person. And if it loses sight of you, it stops firing, and then it just goes away. So you only end up taking, like 15% of the actual damage. But in general, the damage itself, the full potential damage of the ability, in a 1v1 anyway, is pretty much the same. You'll have to download Discord though. Oh, okay. The link to my server is actually in the description, Darkside. Or you could just have Sentry DM me. Sentry's got it. If you don't want to get Discord, then feel free to just get Sentry to DM me when you guys are ready. Love you, and I appreciate it, bossy. I think that is going to mark the end of... Oh, hold on. 27 votes. Lots of people thought that Redox was better than Paragon. I think that's the real takeaway from this stream, huh? Is that Redox is better than Paragon. Nah, you need it anyway. Alright, I mean, fair enough. Arachnos just can't retreat. Agreed. Agreed. Alright, people. Thank you all for joining. Again, make sure to enter in that giveaway. It'll be the most recent video on my channel. So make sure you enter in that and follow all of the rules. As soon as I end here, I'm going to go through the comments, any of the new comments again, and let people know if they did not, say the right things. Basically, all you need to know: put your ID and a name for a potentially new sniper weapon in the comments. Easy as that. I make it like I said in the video, I put it in the description, and I will also tell you right now. Railgun 12 does not count as a new weapon. So, you can't just say Railgun 12, Long Arm 16. It has to be a new weapon name. Those are different energy variants of an existing weapon. It's not a new weapon. Doesn't count. Basically speaking, if your comment got a heart from me on that video, then you qualify, and there's nothing more you need to do. You're going to join Discord too. The link to my server specifically is in the description. There's a lot of links under here, but it's in that second column. It says my Discord server. There's also the Monday Mayhem Discord server. I added that to my list. Twitch is also down there. But I also added links to my personal upgrade sheet, as well as the Mech Arena Master database for everybody to use. And I do, recommend that everybody use those. And, I'll have them there for future reference to, direct people when they're looking for something specific that can be easily answered by one of those two things. So, and the Mayhem server is just for, we get, random tournaments and stuff. I just finished a random 2v2 tournament that they hosted there, so it's a lot of fun if you guys like to do that. You got a heart from me in the giveaway video? Very nice. Well, that means that you're good to go. So long as you give me a name that, is actually original, then that's all I need. And your Mech Arena ID, obviously. So, yep, that would be all of that. Thank you guys for joining. I wasn't even sure I was going to be doing it today because I uploaded. Didn't necessarily want to take anything away from the giveaway video, but you know, I figured I'd just kind of like direct people towards that video while I'm streaming. So, yep, good luck on the giveaway. That ends tomorrow morning. So in, I don't know, 16 hours. So that ends in 16 hours. I will be picking a single winner for that. So make sure you enter it ASAP if you have not already. Otherwise, thank you guys for joining. I'll be doing custom battles again on Sunday most likely, but you know, I'll keep you up to date with that. If anything comes up, I'll be sure to let everybody know. But otherwise, I will see y'all later.